Okay. Been quite some time since I've actually played Hollow Knight. Probably 8 months. Right. Okay. Everything's done. I will say though, half of the controls are. I'm a bit washed out basically. Fuck. Yeah, I'm definitely washed out. Oof. Yep, I am washed out as fuck. That is gonna take me a bit like some time to get used to. Thankfully, the shadow is actually outside, so that's one thing. But yeah, I'm definitely washed out. Forgot I don't have long nail. That's the reason my attacks are so short. Yeah. Fuck. It's been 8 months, man. Yeah, yeah. But I did leave it for you guys. I'll say this. I didn't play it at all for 8 months. I just wanted to finish it on stream. By the way, welcome back. Hey, Withered One. But yeah, I'm fucking washed out. How are you, by the way? Thank you for dropping by. The thing I want to do is, hopefully I can kill Radiance today, and at least watch the base storyline from Mossbag. So I'll probably be watching on live stream. Hopefully if I can like finish the boss today. If not today, then maybe tomorrow then. But yeah, I'm going for today. Hopefully we can do it. I'm kind of washed out though. By the way, once again, thank you for dropping by. I really appreciate it. Whew. I'm actually surprised I didn't get hit there. Okay, that was bad. Wow. I completely forgot. That is not the end. That's the second phase, basically. Fuck. Yeah, nice. Okay. Get the. That's funny. Apologies, I'll read your chat just in a sec. What the fuck did I do? I did something wrong there, I think. I had to hit her, right? I did something wrong. I'm pretty sure. Let me read the chat. I think I did something wrong. It's been 8 months, man. Haven't seen you that long as well. Yeah, I haven't been streaming. I was trying to focus on on the videos, but yeah, I'll be streaming every day now. Not long streams like earlier, like 6-8 hours, but yeah, like at least 3 hours every day. He's no longer live streamer. Sale He is only occasional streamer. Don't worry, this will be easier than Broken Vessel. Hopefully. No problem, bud. Been a long time anyway. Yeah, I played Silk Song like 4 times since last time. Wow, really? 4 times? Is it actually that good? I know it's pretty good, but a lot of people were complaining about how hard the game is, even though I enjoy the game specifically because the game is pretty hard. My mouse dry. Let me drink some water. Dream Nail. Oh yeah, I had to Dream Nail, right? Fuck, I did something wrong. I think I need to restart then. Right? Yeah, yep, I have to play it. That's the reason I want to finish Hollow Knight on stream. I'll finish all the bosses and the DLC, and then I'll move on to Silk Song. It's actually very fun and easy if you have played this game. That's good. But yeah, what will happen if I don't remember what happens if I just move through this way. Something wrong happens. I think I get trapped, right? I think I'm the one that gets trapped. I think restart it. Right? By the way, do leave a like on stream. It really helps me a lot. Silk Song is cheap. Yeah, thankfully that game is cheap. So yeah, that's nice. You'll get the normal ending. Yeah, I'll have to leave. Yeah. I do remember that part. Because I remember the first time I fought this boss, Broken Vessel. I ended up going for the normal ending first. And only after that, I think one of you guys told me, now you have to use the Dream Vessel on him. Hey, Maxa. Yo. Kya haal hai, Mangeter? But yeah, let's go for Radiance. I think I'm getting warmed up. Hopefully I don't jinx it. Mangeter, तुमने खेला था ना Hollow Knight? I know KV ने खेला था, ये मेरे को याद है. I'll be honest, I feel like I should be using a long nail, at least one. The shorter range is fucking me kinda. Oof. Yeah, you have to dash inwards. Bitch. Yeah, you can't do it there. You'll need a quick heal or something. I forgot the charm name. Okay. I can't do it there. Okay. Let me heal up. Get good! Man, I really, I'm gonna say, like, if there are any female voices in the in any game, it's probably Silk Song, Hornet's voice, which I really love. The voice actors did a very good job for it. Right, this new YouTube feature that fucking translates every single what's called chat message. Let me turn that off for me. It only happens on my side. Okay, let's see. कहाँ थे इतने टाइम से वीडियो पे ध्यान था बट अब दोनों चीज़ें करूँगा बट हाँ हाँ मैंने सिल्क सॉन्ग भी खेल ली क्या बात है नाइस everyone has ended up playing silk song huh? It's me who was fucking who was playing Hollow Knight every single day stopped it for 8 months and now everyone has also finished Silk Song like multiple times but yeah let's see I think I have the wrong charm. Let me see. Let me show you guys what I'm using. It's the default one I'm using, and I'm just trusting what I was having before. Okay, you can't open your charms over here. Okay. That is weird. God, my YouTube defaulted to 144p. I was wondering why this was looking like a NES game. But yeah, I can't show you the charm. But as long as remember, I have the quick focus one twice, like the deep focus and quick focus, and I have this one, the black one, this thing, and I have greater strength or something, something like that. Maybe my guy hits harder. Yeah, but I think I need I need one, at least one longer nail. But let's see. Let's go for Radiance. By the way, I hope everyone's doing great. And once again, thank you everyone for dropping by. I really, really appreciate it. Let's fight the sun! Mr. Radiance. I know I was having a very hard time with this guy. I remember that. You have to jump. Yeah. Fucking hell, and he hits like a brick. Yeah, I fucking remember why it was hard. I remember why why this game, like with this boss fight, felt hard for me. It was that move, the one that happens like in vertically, the golden sunray, and it moves on your right, and then the arrows come, and I always got hit by that. Okay, okay, yeah. Let me show you the charm. I wonder if it's actually a correct one. It's the one I was using 8 months ago for this boss fight, I think. And yeah, it's Void Heart, Unbreakable Strength, Quick Focus, and Deep Focus. Which is the easiest way to fight this boss. Because I'll be honest with you, I want to make it challenging, but I just want to finish the game quickly and move on to Silk Song. So what would be the best one to you like for this boss fight, for Radiance? Oh yeah, I also had Fragile Charms, right? I remember someone saying like the Fragile Charms are very good. Is this one? I still don't have one charm. I wonder which one. But yeah. Are you going to stream Silk Song? Yep, I will. I will. The whole reason I didn't finish Silk Song, Hollow Knight, and Silk Song is because I wanted to do it on stream. I just wasn't like in the mindset of streaming for 8 months. I was thinking my channel would grow a bit more with videos alone. It was kind of right and kind of wrong, but I'm gonna balance out both posting videos and video essays and live streaming. But yeah, let's see. Also, the knight hitbox doesn't cover the whole player. Wait. Also, the knight hitbox doesn't cover the whole player. The top pawns of player doesn't take damage. Oh, okay. So you're basically saying I can stay on the ground if arrows are a bit higher, right? Is that what you mean? And also, what about the charms? Because I quickly want to go back to boss fight. You know what? Let's try it this way once again. I'm just gonna trust the old me. He must have thought about something before going for this. I also have to increase the... Wait, what the hell? I thought I was healing. Bro, let me heal. What the hell? Okay, bro. Calm down. Wow, that happened very quickly. Okay. Get good. I'm very curious about the actual story of this game. Wow. Fuck. Bro, let me... Fucking... Okay. Can you not heal when you're fighting this guy? Quick focus, deep focus. Draws in soul from the surrounding air. The bearer will focus soul at slower rate, but the healing effect will double. I guess that's the reason I have quick focus. Healing in radius is very tricky. Yeah, I'm getting that feeling now. So I'm wondering if I should actually change it. Okay. Let's see. I don't remember half of the charms. Sharp shadow. When using shadow, dash, the bear's body will sharpen and damage enemies. You have to wait for yellow orbs, and since they lose tracking at the last minute. Okay. I guess I'll try it again. Let's see. Let's give it some tries. It's maybe just pure skill issue that I haven't like fought the boss at all, so I don't know any patterns. Wow, so that guy, the broken vessel, actually stops you from healing. He basically stuns you. I was lucky there. Okay. Fuck. Let me heal. Yeah, wrong dash, too far away. Okay. That was nice. Whew. Let's see. क्या लिखा मंगेतर? मेरे को तो पढ़ने ही नहीं मिला वो. YouTube डिलीट कर दिया. The fuck? ये मेरे को हटाना पड़ेगा. But हाँ, YouTube ने डिलीट कर दिया. कुछ लिखा था तुमने. This fight reminds me of last boss of Sekiro. You get so good at the intro boss that he becomes a minor inconvenience to real final boss. Yeah, I as far as I know, like From Software games have a lot of those scenarios. You basically have to fight a minor inconvenience of a boss to go to the actual one. You can dive to get a few frames of invincibility just for your information. Okay. I can't dash through that. Whew. Bro, how? This is gonna take some time. Okay. Before even fighting him, I'll just have to get used to dodging him. वो मैंने खुद delete करा था. Oh. Okay. Hopefully it doesn't get boring trying to finish this guy. Because after this I would really want to watch the lore video of Hollow Knight from Mossbag. I am very curious about the actual lore. I feel like the story, they've outdone themselves with the story, even though it's cryptic. Yeah, I fucking knew it. I can't heal there. Bro, leave me alone. I just want to heal. Okay, this guy won't let me heal. I knew I would get hit there. Not twice though. Yeah, that was bad. Nope. Okay. I'm getting cool down instead of warmed up. There are 2 DLCs by the way. One story and one is a boss gauntlet like Colosseum. Oh yeah. I'm very curious about the caravan, the circus or caravan DLC, something like whatever the name is. Basically, the guy, basically that circus that comes outside of the Hollow Village. You can skip the Colosseum. I have skipped the Colosseum, I think. The only one I haven't finished is the level 3, I think, if I remember. The boss gauntlet one, I'll probably skip. I'll maybe do it after Silksong. But I will be doing the story DLC. The Pantheon, I think the other one is called Pantheon, right? That's the one I'm gonna skip. The other one is fine. Yeah, okay. Yeah, calm down. I knew it. I'll have to focus. I'll have to focus. By the way, what games are you playing? Are you guys playing nowadays? You have already finished Silksong like 4 times, so what other game have you been playing? Have any of you played Blasphemous? That is the one I am interested in. The art style looks so gory and cool that I just want to play Blasphemous someday. Yeah, fuck this guy. Bro. Yeah, I shouldn't jump there. I need to remember it. I can't heal. Wow, he dashed back? Bro, leave me the fuck alone, please. That was bad. Yeah, now I'm having just issues with this guy. Yes, it has some NPCs as bosses, but you can come back to it later. Yeah, I think so. I'll do it later on, the Pantheon one. The caravan looks pretty cool. Currently, I was replaying System Shock Remake and RE2, getting all the S+ rank. Wow, you guys actually go for like, basically like the 100% or the platinum trophies. I generally don't do it. The only game I've actually tried to go for is this game, Hollow Knight. I'm basically at 99%. So yeah, I generally don't go for that. I guess I'm not that of a hardcore gamer. I forgot I can do that. That I can do this thing. I completely forgot. Wow. This might help. Okay. Yeah, I knew he'll hit me there. Nope. Let me heal up. Get good. Yep, I have to get good. Hell no, I only got it for go for it if a game is actually fun. Oh. I guess that makes sense. Yeah. Fuck the arrows. Bro. Why? I can heal here. Nope. No! Fuck this guy. Okay, I'm getting a little hang of it. Now I remember why I was having this charm. This one. He does. Like whenever he hits you, he takes 2 points of your health, and that's the reason I had that. Now I remember. Now I remember. I was wondering why I actually went for that, because it makes you heal slower, but it gives you twice. That was a good attempt. Yeah, I felt so. At least I got some hang of how to actually dodge, even if I didn't get that many hits. Yeah, I shouldn't have got hit there. Bro. I like his design more than the Radiance. The Radiance guy looks goofy, like a moth. But this guy looks cool. He's probably a beetle or something. Let me heal up. Nope. Yeah, I fucking knew it. I guess probably the most brutal thing in this game is that if you're healing and if you don't heal up completely and you leave it in mid-heal, you lose your soul. I think that is the most brutal thing. Everything else is just fine. But that part is very, very punishing. Everything in Silk Song does double damage, pain. The Radiance fight is basically warming up you for the whole game, I guess. Yeah, fuck this guy. Bro. No! Fuck. Fuck this motherfucker. You son of a bitch. I'll be very happy after defeating this motherfucker. Fuck it, asshole. Holy fuck. I'll have to use the upwards scream, or whatever it's called. It does a lot of damage. What the fuck? Bro, calm down. Heal up. Yeah, okay. Okay. Heal up. Get good. Man, they've done they've done such a good job with Hornet. I really like her design. I think they've done a good job with every single character they've designed. Pretty much everyone. No. What a... I see, I see. Yeah. One of the things that is bad about this boss fight that I'm getting a feel for is that if you do heal before a move, you have to be very suspicious because the game, I think, deliberately goes for, like, for example, when it throws arrows at you, it deliberately goes for the next one that is coming. The one, it'll probably hit you on the ground. It won't be a free one. So the arrows don't have a pattern, I think. The arrows, by which arrows I mean the swords, yeah. Swords don't have a pattern. They're basically there to just fuck you up. I hope I... Okay. You have to dash through him. Okay. Heal up. Let me heal up. And there. One mistake cascades into another. Yeah, multiple hits. Yep, definitely. I recommend just learning the dodging pattern than going for hits because there are more phases. Are you fucking kidding me? There are more phases? I guess I'll go for that then. Holy fuck. Bro. Yeah. This is ridiculous. At the moment, I have to hit him simply because I have to get my heal off. Mother! I wish the background color was different. Sometimes the move just like blends in with the background. Okay, okay. Ooh, focus. I wish there was a charm where you can dodge twice, like dash twice. That would be so much easier to fight than pretty much every boss. Wow, okay. Nope. Get away. I really feel bad for him. He wants to kill himself. And that is so sad. I wonder what the lore is. Ah, fuck. Bro. That was bad. That was very bad. Okay. Yeah, okay. Bro. Woo! Ah. Ah, shouldn't have gone for heal. Okay. That was tricky, but I'm getting a little bit of hang of it. If I remember correctly, that attacks blending in background is the biggest complaints about this boss. Yeah, the background is orange. He does orange attacks, and sometimes it's just yeah, very very hard to notice. Especially the balls, the orange balls. Those moves, they blend in pretty much very very nicely. So it's hard to see. Okay. I've never played any RE games. I want to play RE games. It's not that I have never played it, I haven't finished any, basically. Bro. Nope. Yeah, thankfully I didn't attack him. I wanted to save the souls for the boss. Bro. Oof. Nope. Yeah. Fuck you. Did I kill him? The fuck? That's the first time. Oh, that's the second phase. Bro. And he still does fucking twice the damage. This is brutal. Ah. Calm down. Oof, that is gonna be brutal. The second phase gonna be very brutal. My friend asked me about RE games. I gave him a 3-path chart depending on what he wants. That was my masterpiece. I'll actually say link me that whenever you're free on Discord. Like just ping me that on your any of the channels. Because I do want to play RE games, but there's so many. I have no idea which one I should start with. People say that I should just go for what is it? People say that I should be going for the remakes, the remaster basically, the 1 and 2, and then I should be going for every other one. Something like that on Reddit at least. But yeah, whatever it is, hopefully I can play RE games quickly. I do want to play them. They look very fun. Over the top, not taking the story too seriously. I really like that, especially Leon. That guy's a Chad. I wonder what happened to Chris from RE5. I think he's brother of Alice or Grace. I can't remember which character. Yeah. Let me get away. Heal. Bro. That was the first time I went for the second phase in Radiance, so I'm pretty happy I made some progress. Now the question is if I can do it again, and then finally kill him. Chris is still... Give me a moment. Wait. Okay. Chris is still in RE8 and 9 as a background character. He's brother of Claire, Leon's RE2 partner. Oh. Yeah, I was thinking he's someone's brother. I just didn't remember the name. Claire, huh? Hmm. Bro, calm down. Nope. Wow, how did I get hit there? The healing fucks me up. Okay. Calm down. Man, I really want to know the lore. I really want to kill this guy. Okay. That was just pure frustration on my part. Okay, okay, calm down. Ah, fucking Radiance. By the way, do leave like on the stream. It really helps me a lot. Thank you so much. Let's see. Okay, fucking hell. Bro, calm down. Okay, okay. That is just bad on my part. Yeah. He stands there menacingly. Wow, okay. Heal up. Bro. Calm down. Oof. Fuck, how the fuck am I getting... Okay, maybe I'm not focusing and thinking too much. What I was thinking was, I wonder if I was younger, I would be much more quicker to actually pick up these boss fights. Because the older you get, like especially after 25, I can't remember exactly what I was what I read in my psychology course. But I think it's something related to neuroplasticity. And after 25, basically, neuroplasticity in your brain slowly starts shrinking. And it's basically the ability, as far as I remember, to make new neurons for every single thing you're indulging in. So, example, if let's say Hollow Knight, if you are fighting a boss, there are multiple patterns, and neuroplasticity will be helping you make up those pick up those new patterns quickly. But now that I'm not young, at least not young as less than 25, I'm basically over 25 now. I wonder if I was playing it when I was younger, I would be much better. Because I do see myself getting like worse and worse at games. When I was young, I was very overpowered, I'll say. I was very good at any game I picked up. But enough of the excuses, you old man who is not actually old. Yeah, I fucking know I'll get hit there. I saw a recent update. They removed some of the pogo stuff you could do in the Radiance boss fight. Like if I remember correctly, you could if you were like off the stage, you could pogo it, and they've removed it. I didn't use it ever, so yeah, but I guess it was good to know that you could actually do it. Might have helped sometimes. Bro. Okay, he blinked. At least you're not blaming the game. No, it's definitely on me. The game is fine, I guess. Some fights are very, very stupid. Broken Vessel, I'll still say, is one of the worst designed bosses in sense of how he fights. But everything else about him is very cool. So I'll give them a pass. But yeah, he does all of the things you would think of older fighting game NPCs would do. Basically, older fighting game bosses would be reacting to whatever button you were pressing, and will do a punish based upon it. And Broken Vessel pretty much does that a lot. You're pretty brave for doing this. I know many who just stop at the Hollow Knight and consider that ending. Nah, I want to do that. The reason I'm playing this game is, as I said, first is the lore, but second is definitely the boss fights. They are so fucking cool and so fun to actually do that, yeah, even if you see me blame, like, fucking hell, fuck you guys, fuck this, fuck that, that's just me, like, having fun. Hard games are fun. I enjoy hard games. Ah, fuck, wrong press. I could have healed there, but I was scared. I wonder if there is any tip to know when you can actually heal. Because the place where I hesitated just before I died, I could have healed there. But I was wondering if there will be some arrow something that will come in. I'll have to cancel. I think Broken Vessel is more luck-based. Yeah, I agree. That kind of makes him broken indeed. Yeah. Are you still using the Steam controller? Yep, I am. I do want to get the Steam controller too, but it's not available in India. That's first thing. And second thing, it's pretty expensive. Hopefully I can buy it in future. But yeah, I enjoy Steam controllers. The only thing I don't enjoy about this controller are these handles. They are, instead of like caving in, caving like away from you, they cave towards your arms. So it kind of, like if you have small hands like I have, you do end up getting some soreness in your these parts of your arms, like, yeah. But I do enjoy it for everything else, like being able to just control your desktop with Steam controller. Things like that is very, very nice. Very nice to have. I shouldn't have healed there. Bro, calm down. Twice? Okay. I guess just to make it easier on me, I'll only heal when he does that attack. Because dodging him is much easier than actually going for heals. Get good. Bro. Yeah, how? How the fuck did that happen? Nope, I wanted to heal. Oh, no. Heal, please. Whew. Nah. I can heal maybe? Yeah. Nope. Nope! What the fuck? This guy is stupid sometimes. Like, I don't think there was anything I could have done to actually survive it. That is just fucking stupid. I like the little details. When the Hollow Knight breaks free of Hornet, you can still see her body on the ground. That's hilarious. Oh yeah. You mean the normal ending, right? I do remember that. Yep. I wonder if in that fight, Hornet actually dies or what. It kind of looks like Hornet dies, but I am not sure. Basically, Hornet and our guy gets trapped together inside the Black Temple. Wow, he dodged that. Bro, okay. Heal up. I wonder how do people say use this, because this thing is, it takes so much time to charge. I'm very confused how other people actually say that for some boss fights, using the charged nail is better. Because every time I've went for it, I pretty much always get hit. You'll understand when you watch the Mossbag vid. Yeah, I do want to watch it. Hopefully I can kill this guy today, Radiance, and then I'll watch it today as well. Since it's a 1 hour video, I think. Hopefully I can watch it today, and then I'll bring in something to eat along with it. It will be a fun time. Oh my fucking god. Nope, too early. Too late. Heal up, please. Mother! Heal up. Yeah, you have. Yeah, fuck that. Bro. Yeah, okay. Sometimes it's just stupid. Nope. I pressed the wrong button. I thought I could heal there. I like to see those two games as a representation of genre. Hollow Knight is like Metroid, while Silk Song is like Castlevania Symphony of the Night. Even the animations take inspiration from SOTN. Oh, really? I haven't played Symphony of the Night, but I have watched it a lot, especially because of the meme. What does a man truly mean? A miserable pile of shit? Something like that, right? That thing is so funny. What is a man? I'd also want to play Bloodstained. It's from the same creator of Castlevania, Symphony of the Night. I want to play Bloodstained, especially because the female character in that game looks so beautiful. I really like her design. Now that I think about it, I have a lot of side-scrollers I want to play. Bro, okay, calm down. Heal up. What is a man? A miserable little pile of shit. Pile of secrets. Yeah, I was wondering. I was saying something wrong. Whoa, 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 whoa. I have a question. If I keep my... fuck. I have a question. If I keep my souls instead of healing, and I go inside the boss, like inside Radiance, do I get healed first? Like all of my souls are there, and I also get healed, or do I go inside the boss fight with as many health points I have? Because I feel like I should be saving my souls right there instead of trying to heal. Also, I can only hit him 4 times for collecting souls. 5th one would be the normal ending. Good to remember. Bro, okay, calm down. I can't heal on his face. Good to remember. I can't heal there too. Wow, he's really on my ass this time. Let me save my souls. Dracula voice actor is doing the best voice acting, while Richter's voice actor is somewhere down the street. Never tried the soul and hell thing, to be honest. Soul and hell thing. Okay. 2, 3, 4, and this. I think I can. I'll come with full health, right? Hopefully. Okay. Oh yeah, I restarted it, right? Hopefully I have full health. Oh yeah, I do. And I also have all of my souls. Good to remember, I won't be healing next time. What a fucking bastard. Yeah, fucking hell. Nope. Bro. I thought I was dead there. Okay, I'm dead now. Okay, no. Okay, I'm dead now. Fucking hell, man. Fucking hell. Whew. Pretty rough, I'll be honest with you. But I will fucking kill him. Just for the pure vengeance I want to bring down on him. Okay. Heal up, please. Okay. I'm not talking too much, mostly because I kind of want to focus and hopefully be done with this guy. Ah, finally continuing the journey. Yeah, right. Yeah, sup, Raiden. His teleport is just as annoying as Soul Master. Yeah, I agree. How are you, Raiden? Okay. Good to know you can do that. Fuck that. Just dodge it. Don't do it next time. Bro. Okay. What the? Seriously? From the off the screen? Come on, that is just some cheese move. Bro. That was cheese. That really fucked my focus. I just got annoyed from that move. It came off the screen. What the fuck? How will I? And he generally does three balls, right? Why the fuck did he do 4 there? I'm good. Can't wait for Silk Song free DLC this year. Oh yeah, they fucking announced that. Good on Team Cherry. They do know how to treat their players. They're good guys. Let me drink some water. Man, the sad part is I missed out Silk Song being on Game Pass. And I had Game Pass at the time, but I wasn't able to finish Hollow Knight. So yeah. By the way, how many times have you finished Silk Song, Raiden? Ron has finished it 4 times. So yeah. Pretty much everyone has finished it multiple times except me, who's still on Hollow Knight 8 months later. I basically didn't want to kill Radiance off stream. So I didn't even touch Hollow Knight for 8 months. Bro. By the way, if you guys have any tips for the charms, let me know. Because I don't want to make it like a 10-hour stream like Broken Vessel. Can't wait for the God Home DLC. 4 times on 4 save files. Damn, everyone has finished it 4 times. Nice. Yeah, these are the charms I'm using. If there are any other charm combo, or any other tip, please let me know, because I don't want to spend as much time as I did on Broken Vessel. That was very, how should I say it? Very long. Is my internet dead? Let me see. The fuck? No, my internet's fine. Okay, it's there. I thought I got a frame drop. Okay. Radiant's not gonna give you a heal window, so any offensive charm is good. So what should I use? Half of the charms I don't even remember what they do, except the ones I was using. Shaman Stone, so the Abyss Shriek gonna deal 2x damage, is gonna good on Radiance. Shaman Stone. Let's see which one is that. Shaman Stone. Shaman Stone. Oh, this one. Set to contain the knowledge of past. Increase the power spells, dealing more damage to foes. Wait. So I think I should be removing this one, right? Also, I can only remove it over here. I was wondering why I can't do it. So Shaman Stone, where it is. Here. And I can use one more. Gain soul when taking damage. I can use that. Or one slot is grub song. Is this good? Unbreakable strength. Strengthens the bearer, increasing the damage they deal to enemies with their nail. This charm is unbreakable. I wonder if this is good. There's also Fragile Greed, which is not for this one. I think I had more fragile ones. I wonder how good is Grimchild. One more, the bearer must seek the... Okay, I can't use it right now. It makes your nail to... Okay, not 2x, but rather 50% more. Okay, so basically 1.5x more. Weaver Song. Summons Weaver and give the lonely bear some companionship and protection. Nail Master's Glory. Gives the bearer's mastery of nail, allowing them to focus their power faster. This one is... I don't like charging attacks. I feel like charging attacks is useless. I can't seem to get a hit using that. There's Sharp Shadow. But yeah. Quick Focus. Okay, let's go with this for now. What charms did you guys use, Raiden and Ron? Charging attack, only speedrunners use it. Not so good on casual players that need to learn how to dodge. Oh. Yeah, I was wondering. Because last time I remember, a lot of people were saying to just charge attacks. And then I was thinking, it might be pretty hard, like, it's pretty bad for me at least. I can't seem to land any hits. Okay. Okay. That is just me being an idiot. I used Nail Mastery Glory and Shaman Stone so much, it's like my top charms. Nail Master. Which one is that? Oh, you mean this one? Mastery, allowing them to focus their power fast and unleash. Oh, you mean the charge attack? Okay. I use Shaman Stone, Quick Slash, and Mark of Pride and Long Nail. Let's see. Mark of Pride. This one, Long Nail, basically. Strike foes from further away. Okay. Shaman Stone, okay. Quick Slash. This. This costs 3. Okay, you know what? Let's go for this. Because I feel like if I can hit... The way I play, I kind of go for too many hits. So if I can like land too many hits in a small window, it's easier for me, I guess. Okay, and which else? Quick Slash, Long Nail. So you also went for Long Nail, huh? So what did you replace it with? Unified. The charm is part of his bear and cannot be unequipped. Okay. So you didn't use Unbreakable Strength, basically. But you have... that's pretty equal to Mark of Pride. Okay. Hopefully, let's see. Because I feel like some of the charms are very different based upon the playstyle you have. I tend to go for like quick slashes. Because, yeah. I'm still a ADHD idiot. Even though I don't have it, but yeah. I wish your guy didn't get pushed back while hitting. I fucking knew it. The pushback is brutal sometimes. Oof. You have a charm for not pushing back too. Yeah, I remember that. But yeah, it takes slot and it kinda is too useless. I wish it had some other stat with it. But yeah. Come out, bitch. Fuck. You only get one step. If you do it wrong, you're gonna get hit there. I went for pogo, I couldn't do it. Wow, you can't even heal with a single one, huh? Fucking hell. I wish you could cancel your dodge. Oh, fuck this guy. But yeah, I wish you could cancel your dodge in between. Man, okay. You always go full length. Yeah, okay. Well, it's been 1.5 hours and I haven't been able to defeat this guy. Goes to show some bosses really takes fucking hours to beat. It's funny, his scream actually cancels your... Bro. What the... Really? Bro. Okay, at least I'm defeating the broken vessel quickly. Ooh, wowee. Wait a sec. Okay, I'm back. What was that jump? I never saw him do that. Oh, really? I think he's dead. Yeah. Okay. Really? I have to get good. Get good. Bro. That was bad. Wow. Whew. I think I hit the nail on the left side and then I ended up getting pushed back on the right. Maybe I'll not heal at all. Fuck it. I'll just dodge him. Okay. You know you can shadow cloak through knives. You are really trying perfectly dodge those, making it even harder. You know you can shadow cloak through knives. What do you mean? I don't get it. You mean I can like use my ability like the scream? Oh, you mean I can what's shadow cloak? I guess I'll Google it. Wait. It's been so long, half of the things I don't remember. Shadow cloak. Dash through the knives. I can. The thing is, half of the times when I try it, dashing through the knives, I end up getting... I end up getting like hit in between the knives. Okay, I'll try it this time. Maybe. I can't pogo it. Wow, good to know. Fucking hell. Okay. That was bad. That was the worst one. That was just me being dumb. I guess not dumb, a bit experimental. I wanted to try if the orange balls can be pogoed. They can't. You'll get hit by them. Hopefully it's not getting boring because holy fuck, I have been at this boss for so long. Oh man, my own lore is messed up. It's been years. It's called Shade Cloak. Oh, it's called Shade Cloak. Okay, I was just calling it Shadow myself, mostly because the guy looks like a shadow. Our knights, yeah. See, I got hit there, so hopefully I'll try it again next time. Oh, okay, I can do it. But you have to be very, very precise, I guess. Okay, good to know, good to know. You just have to be a bit more focused when you do it. Okay, good to know. Okay. Hoo. Bro, calm down. Okay, fucking hell. I am safe. Whew. Yeah, fuck the heal. Bro, I'll have to heal. I don't have any heals. Okay. You know what? I think I'll remove Unbreakable Strength. I'm fine with fighting him like long term, but I do want to heal. Let's go with this. You've been at the tip of knife since they are too long, but can act as a failsafe if they are close. You don't have time to dodge properly. Yeah. Yeah. I noticed that. Let's go with this. Hopefully this will be fine now. I can't heal though, right? Let me try. Can I heal? I can heal. Okay. Basically, if I don't take damage, 1 health bar will heal. Okay, good to remember. Wow, it didn't hit him. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Whew. I think this would be fine if I just be a bit more careful. I think this would be fine with Radiance. Simply because you can't heal, so it's better I dodge. And if I'm dodging already, I just have to make sure I do a good job dodging. Sounds very dodgy. Wow, how the hell am I missing that? Bro. What the? Okay. Let's see. Hopefully my own volume is fine. Mic's volume. Because I feel like I'm speaking a bit quieter. Simply because I'm focusing too much. Or trying to at least. The music is so good of Hollow Knight. It's probably one of the best indie game musics you can hear. Not just in indie, basically. AAA even. This boss fight is taking too long though with this charm. I am noticing this. Volume is fine, I guess. Can't really tell because my ears are the worst thing I've... no worries, no worries. I feel like even I might have some issue with my ears. But I'm not sure. Bro, sometimes that is just... Yeah, I did it too early. Okay, okay. I can't use this. I simply can't. It takes too many hits, and this way I'll just get warmed down by the time I reach that guy. Shaman Stone is fine. Is there any single charm, anything else? What does this do? So that the world around them. When taking damage, sprout thorny vines that damage nearby foes. How quick is this? Let me try. Okay, this is pretty quick. I might be able to try it. Let's see. Yeah. Watched the PlayStation State of Play a few days ago. I didn't watch all of it. I watched like let's say which one I remember. Obviously, I remember the God of War. I remember other game named Ill. Ill seemed pretty cool with all the gore and stuff. The Wolverine one, the animations were pretty nice. Like some of the moves were very great. I remember these three on the top of my head. What else do I remember? Was there any other cool game? Nope, I don't remember any other. Which other games did you find? Did you guys actually find to be very fun? Okay, give me a moment. I wonder how much damage the charge attack does. Okay. Woohoo, fuck this guy. Yeah, I fucking knew I'll get hit there. Bad trade. Fucking hell, no. Please. Oh no, a single pixel. heal up as quickly as possible. Bro. Ah, puta madre. Fucking hell. I like the Onimusha. Oh yeah. Onimusha, I was also there. I want to play Onimusha. I had the last time I played Onimusha was on PS2. I never finished it, but I was basically too young and I couldn't read English that well at that time. And I got stuck at some stage and I never got to finish it. But I really enjoyed the game. I remember it. And the new game looks pretty cool. It looks very very dark and I like it. So yeah, Onimusha, yeah. I think its demo is also out on PC, right? On Steam page. It looked good. Hope it plays as well. Yeah. Also, Ace Combat was amazing. Wait, they released a trailer for Ace Combat 8. The gameplay one. I don't remember seeing that. I basically skipped through like most of the things about state of play. One thing I didn't understand, why rent theaters for 2 games. Wait, what? Rent theater for 2 games. Oh, you mean for state of play, basically? I'm just over the PlayStation games at this point. They all feel samey, yeah. For example, God of War. Everything was fine, but I already know the game takes itself too seriously, like with the story and stuff. And I am at a point where, fuck that, give me some game like DMC or something. Even the God of War looked like a downgraded DMC reboot game. Yeah. I agree. Like the moment La Fei or Fei, however you want to say it, went in the air, I the first thing that came to mind was it's DMC basically, because only in DMC you can actually keep your enemy in the air for so long. As long as you're hitting them, they stay in air. So yeah, it's basically a downgraded DMC with no style system and probably not as deep of a combat. So let's see how it will be, but yeah. I'll be honest with you, I liked God of War 1, but the 2 was boring for its combat. As a game, it was very boring. The story was very nice, but the game itself was very boring, so I was like, yeah man, fuck it. Nope. I completely forgot using the charge stuff. Maybe charge is not good for me. I was thinking it might be, but it's only 1 point. Let me remove this. Nail Master's Glory. Gathering Swarm. Useful for those who can't bear to leave anything behind. Nope. Wayward Compass. Nope. Sprint Master. Use the running speed of the bear, allowing them to avoid danger, overtake rivals. Okay, let's go with just stick with this. PlayStation did theatrical release of State of Play. People had it hyped up like they were going to finally announce something like Bloodborne 2. I hope Bloodborne fucking comes on PC because I don't have a PlayStation, and yeah. I have never played Bloodborne. I do want to play it. Like Bloodborne's art style is probably my favorite art style in all of from all of From Software games. It's just something so gothic and different. I think I wasted money if I went to theater for this. Yeah, I think too. Because half of the games were just same thing from different devs. Come on, man. I want to kill this guy. Radiance, man. Come on. Fucking die. Just give me a free win. I'll take it. I was late. I was very late, and there's some... It's going so good, but one mistake and everything fucking goes down the drain. Holy... I played it to end via PS4 emulation. Wait. Is there a PS4 emulation that actually works? I thought it would only tell RPCS3. The art... The art in Bloodborne can't be matched by anyone. Shame they shut down Japan studio. They actually did. The game, like, the studio that made Bloodborne was shut down. I didn't know From Software had like multiple studios. I thought like they only had one studio in Japan, and they were the ones that were making the games. Come on, please. He's still not dead this time? Okay. How many hits will he take? Okay, finally. What the? Oh, it's too late. I fucking left it. Okay. That is just me getting frustrated, I guess. Wait, let me put some intention in it. Apologies, I'll be going full focus mode for some time if I don't speak too much. That's why it is. Because, yeah, I can't take too much time. Bloodborne was made by From Software and produced by PlayStation Japan Studio. So PlayStation Japan Studio owned the IP. Oh, so the best game that was released by From Software isn't by From Software. So now I get the meme why people keep on saying that the best game Miyazaki made isn't even made by him. Okay. I wonder what happened to that studio and where the guys went. Because they fucking made a banger of a game. I haven't played it, but it fucking looks so cool. And the gameplay also looks so fun. Maybe they don't really have the IP with them. Like they can't really release it because they don't own it. And the other guys, just as a big fuck you, the ones who made it, as a big fuck you, are saying like, yeah, we are not allowing you. This is what you get for firing us. Man, I have chappy lips today. I'll need to find my chapstick. Yeah, okay. Mother. Heal up quick. Wow, it always fucking... Bro. Oof. Seriously? That is some bullshit. Yeah, okay. I'll be honest with you. It wouldn't take me so long if I wasn't streaming. That would be definitely, yeah. I would be fucking rolling with this guy. Shad PS4 is PS4 emulator. Currently, only Bloodborne works start to end. They are working on emulating their other games as well. It's not that Miyazaki didn't make it. More so, he sold his favorite child to Devil. Japan studio got dissolved and they made ASROCK. Oh. Heal up. One thing I'm already thinking about is, you know how you touch anyone in Hollow Knight games, you get hit. I wonder that would be how annoying it would be in Silksong when like you touch Hornet and you get 2 points of damage. That would be annoying. I can already feel it. Japan Studio also made many highly regarded games I produced. I'll have to learn about them. Please don't go for a heal. You make so many mistakes. I am not going for heal. Don't go for heal. Fuck the heals. Fuck the heals. Okay. Nice. Sony did try pitching a Bloodborne remake to From Software, but Miyazaki said no. He probably doesn't want anyone else making changes to his favorite game, since he calls Bloodborne his first child. Okay. Fuck you, Miyazaki, then. But I get the point. They'll probably make some weird changes. The thing is, I don't even want any remaster or anything. I just want him to fucking port the game onto PC so I can play it. I don't care about the remake or remaster or anything. I'm fine with playing the game as it is. Just port it onto PC. That's all. Bro, don't heal. Fuck that heals. I can see why most people will actually say like, fuck Radiance. I'm not gonna defeat him. I'll just watch. I'm fine with the ending. But no, man. I want the real ending. Bro. Get good. Focus. Focus, focus. Mother. Okay. I can heal up. Yeah. Oof. Bro. No. Fuck the balls. No, please. Ah, fuck. Okay, that was the best try I could have fucking given. Give me 2 minutes break. Let me go washroom. Give me 2 minutes break. Fuck. Okay, I'm back. Let's see. You probably won't get a PC port, since PlayStation recently said they will be stopping the PC ports. Oh, really? So basically, no other game is gonna come. It's gonna go back to exclusives, huh? If I remember correctly, or it was a rumor from a journalist who is very close to PlayStation. Oh. That is sad. Okay, nice. Get good. Motherfucker. Nope. That is just stupid. Nope. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, you can't do any unnecessary moves in this boss fight. Yeah, fuck. You really can't do any unnecessary move. It has to be like very nicely calculated. If you do a random dodge, you're dead. If you do a random step, you're dead. If you get hit and then you don't pay attention, you'll get hit again. Okay. It's a very rough boss. It's not, basically the boss is not that forgiving. You can't really make too many mistakes. In my opinion, you can't really make any mistake. It's gonna cost you. Okay. How the fuck did some of the moves just miss? Okay. Okay. Holy fuck. Fuck this guy. Whew. Okay. Nope. Wow. Okay, that is just brutal. I think I've only gone in a second phase thrice now. In what, like 2.5 hours? Fucking bitch. Wow, just move away. Nice. Radiance W, yep. I've only gone to his second phase thrice. और वैसे के भी क्या हाल है? क्या चल रहा है? Hopefully Radiance मर जाए, but yep. Yeah, fucking hell. Motherfucker. Bro. No, please, no. Fucking no. Oh my god. I fucking hate his arrows. But okay, I'm getting some better ideas how to actually do it. But yeah, बताओ Radiance easy है, easy ही है. Easy ही है, no doubt. मैं young होता तो मैं जरूर पेल लेता इनको. बहुत ही जल्दी. वो उम्र के साथ साथ है थोड़ा लोचा होता है. तुम पैटर्न स्लोली पिक करने स्टार्ट कर देते हो 25 के बाद. बट आइडिया मेरे को एक लगा है कि डैश कम यूज़ करना है मेरे को उस फाइट में. उसको बचा के रखना है. अगर जंप से काम हो जा रहा है तो डैश मत करो. ओके. आज करोगे तो ऐसे करोगे तो हो गया. येप. Well, let's see. Get good. Okay. Do not use your dash randomly. Save it. Fucking hell, come on. That is just stupid. Wow. Nope. Oh, yeah, I fucking hate these. Hate these arrows. Like, come on. Fuck this guy. I hate him more than Hollow Knight, our main guy. Even though like our main guy probably has some kind of issue with this guy, but I have even more issues with him. Fucking hell, I was slow there. Oof. Oh! Bro, what the fuck was that? Oh my god. I got fucking stuck on that platform. And I had my dash, and the game didn't give me invincibility frames because the dash was so small. The moment I did it, I got hit. Good. Yeah. I think that was a good... रेडियंस की फाइट में हील उसके पास रह कर मत करो एंड डोंट बी टू ग्रेडी फाइट सो गो स्लो. रेडियंस पे पोगो कर लिया करो जब गिरने वाले हो. हाँ, वो बात से. Yeah, best attempt. Yeah, definitely. I think that thing I noticed about not dashing randomly really is helping me. I think I can do it now. I don't have to dash that much. I have to save it basically. If I don't save it, it's gonna give me issues. Okay. Wow, really? Okay. By the way, जब रेडियंस या कोई बॉस स्टंट हो तो ड्रीम नेल मार के सोल ले लिया करो. ओह, उस पे मारता हूँ जब वो नीचे गिरता है, बट कुछ होता नहीं है. बट आई गेस मेरे को तो भूल गया था मैं ये चीज़ कि सोल मिलती है उससे. Yeah, see? I had to fucking save it. Oof. Motherfucker. Wow, really? Okay. Wow. Fucking hell. Nope. I am dead. Bro, fuck these balls. Fuck these balls. Okay. I wish the color was a bit fucking different. Because the moment it goes away from like the center of the screen, it's really hard to actually keep a track of where it's going. इधर नहीं, हॉलो नाइट या नॉर्मल बॉसेस पे ही होगा ये. ड्रीम नेल, हाँ वही ना, वही मेरे को. I like this boss's OST. I think the best OST for me would be for the boss OST would be definitely the Mantis Lords. Theirs is pretty cool. I also like Mantis Lord as a boss fight the best. They are fair and they are fucking cool. They are very fair boss. And that whole area is cool actually. With how they've designed, they respect you if you defeat them. Like, that's pretty cool. You actually feel like you have earned something really valuable inside the game. Okay, no. Wow, what the fuck? Get good! Radiance doesn't get stunned though, unless you're talking about the phase transition. Ah, fuck, I had to double jump there. Yeah, motherfucker. Oof. Bro, one wrong dodge and you're fucking dead in this phase. Yeah. I don't know how I survived that. Bro. Okay. Calm down. What the? Motherfucker. At least I am able to get to the second phase now. I'm coming for you, bitch. You survived that because the played bog is smaller than the sprite. Mantis Lord was peak fight. It proves that game isn't that easy. Yeah. And it's also, like, fair, which is the best part about the fight. Like, you can actually learn the pattern and get good at that particular boss. It has very less of a luck factor. Radiance has a lot of luck factor, I guess. The worst one for that would be definitely Broken Vessel. Even though I enjoy his design and stuff very much. And even the lore. Bro. Let me heal, please. Fucking hell, okay. Okay. Let's go again. My arm's actually hurting, I'm not gonna lie. Maybe I'm pressing the buttons too hard. Bro. That's the first time I saw him start from the ground and then move upwards. Get good. Okay. Fuck. Give me a moment. Fucking hell, my wrist. My fucking wrist is hurting, bro. Ground enemies पे don't use howling wrath. Descending dark use करो, it's better. नाम बोल दिए, मैं सही बताऊँ 8 महीने बाद खेला हूँ, घंटा नाम ही नहीं याद है. हाउलिंग स्क्रीम आई गेस ऊपर वाला है, बट हाँ बाकी नहीं पता होगा. Bro, okay. Okay, fuck. Okay. Ah, motherfucker. Okay. I'll be honest, my wrist is hurting. Fuck. Let's see. Which one are you talking about? सही बताऊँ तो ग्राउंड वाली जो है ना, वो मैं करता भी नहीं हूँ, वो धोखे से बस क्लिक हो जाती है. मैं खाली हाउलिंग स्क्रीन पे जा रहा हूँ, वो सबसे ज़्यादा डैमेज मार रही है, वही ठीक है. वो बेसिकली अगर हील करने आ रहा था तो कभी कभी छूट जाती है बटन, तो वो तब साइडवेज वाली जाती है ग्राउंड एनिमीज पे. Okay. Oof. Nope. Bro. Okay. Whew. Radiance पे तो screaming best all right. I'm talking about. Don't dash. Randomly save it. Okay. Fatta. Oof. Bro. I fucking hate it when it spawns right next to you. Oh my god. That is such a luck-based move. Yeah. Yeah. That move is fucking stupid. That fucking ball is absolutely stupid. The color blends in, you can't fucking see it. That's the first thing. The second thing is just pops in at random places. इतना टाइम हो गया ये गेम खेले नॉस्टैल्जिया हिट हो रहा है लोल. Nice. But yeah, that move is stupid. Not a big fan. In fact, I'm not even a big fan of this boss, I'll say. It's just not... it doesn't feel satisfying to actually kill him. Mostly because it feels a bit luck-based. It feels like half of the time I'm being punished, not because I lack skill, but because the game just decided that, yeah, your luck sucks and I'll fuck you up. Okay. वो चाम है क्या एक्स्ट्रा हार्ड वाला? नहीं वो नहीं लगाया मैंने. मेरे को तो याद भी नहीं है कौन सा है, बट हाँ वो नहीं है. Okay. Bro, like look at that. That is so stupid. Did you see that ball? It spawned on the fucking ground. Did you see that? That is so stupid. Why would you have such a randomness to the orange ball? Like, it spawned right where I'm standing. That's fuck that. The game is great, but this boss is fucking atrocious. I guess I do have this complaint from Team Cherry, for Team Cherry, that some of the bosses they've designed are too much luck-based. They don't feel skill-based. This guy would be one of them. अरे 3 बंदे हैं भाई, कितना करेंगे? लोल लक फैक्टर है इस फाइट में थोड़ा. यप. It's a fragile charm that can be turned to unbreakable. It's good for these fights. Also unbreakable strength वाला. Unbreakable strength लगा रखा है मैंने. Hard वाला नहीं पता मेरे को. But yeah. The game is great, like I said. The game has no issues. Even with this game, like this boss, I'll give it a 9.5 out of 10. Like, it's that good. Game itself is very good. Yeah. Nope. Yeah. Fucking save your dash, please. Wow. A fucking homing move that. I hate that move. I feel like if that move wasn't there, this boss would be dead like 10 tries ago. Pure Vessel and Nightmare King Grim was the best fights. For me, it was Mantis Lord. And which one was Pure Vessel? I remember Broken Vessel. That guy is stupid. It also has a lot of like luck factor. Okay. Wow, he jumps upwards. Pure Vessel and Grim is in DLC. Oh, I see. I'll have to play them. I just wanna today, like, what I wanna do for today is basically kill Radiance and watch the lore video, because I'm really interested in the lore of Hollow Knight, and I can't fucking watch it unless I kill this guy. Yeah. Okay. I'm getting cooled down, I guess. Ain't no way bro still stuck on this. I know. Think about it this way. I'm playing this game after 8 months. I haven't touched it. Like, yeah, that is what it is. पैंथियन कैसे होगा? सीन ये है ना, जब तुम स्ट्रीम करते हो ना तो तुम्हारा ध्यान कभी गेम पे टोटली होता है नहीं. स्ट्रीम करते टाइम सारे गेम हार जाते हैं. सिंपल सा है वो, सिंपल सा फैक्ट है. स्ट्रीम करते टाइम सारे गेम हार जाते हैं. Plus, like I said, I'm basically about 25, and it takes some time to actually learn these guys' patterns. वो biology पे based है. Yep. Okay. सिल्क सॉन्ग कैसे खेलोगे फिर? मेहनत कर करके. It's really true though. Like the older you get, I feel like the harder it gets. I am fucking streaming as well, so yeah. I probably would have killed him much quicker if I wasn't streaming. That much is definitely true. Because offline, I don't really take that much time. Motherfucker with it. Bye. That was stupid. That ball fucking formed behind the yellow vertical sun ray. Okay. Are you fucking kidding me? सिल्क सॉन्ग का एक्ट 3 नहीं करा. अरे रे रे रे. सैड मंगेतर. तुम्हारे साथ वो हुआ है जो मैंने अपने साथ हॉलो नाइट में कर लिया. 8 मन तक छुआ नहीं. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. Okay. तुमने छुआ नहीं, मैं छू नहीं सकता. Yep. इरेज ना हो तो सकीरो खेलो. चिल के लिए ट्यूटोरियल नहीं होगा. करूँगा क्यों नहीं रेडियंस. लाइक हार्ड गेम खेलते थे इसीलिए. Let's see. Wow, okay. I don't have much health though. That is one bad part. Wow. Motherfucker. I'll have to take less hits in the first phase if I want to kill him. अरे वैसे ब्लैकमैन वुकोंग का क्या हुआ? वो भी तो खेलते थे. फिनिश करना है मेरे को. किया नहीं है. कंप्लीट नहीं किया है. उसको भी स्ट्रीम पे ही करना है. अगले 5 अटेम्प्ट में कर लोगे आराम से. होपफुली. लेट्स सी. Wow. Motherfucker. Okay. That was funny. That was not even annoying, but that was just funny. By the way, do leave a like. Yep. It really helps me a lot. Thank you so much. Okay, how the fuck? I almost died. Heal up. What the hell? Bro. Wow. Why is it taking this long to kill this guy now? कितना play time हो गया है? I think 85 hours. I think 85 hours. But half the time I've spent basically talking to people on the stream. So it's probably somewhere around 55 or 60 actual gameplay. Like the other time was spent basically talking. I played Hollow Knight very slowly. Like I talked a lot. Wow. Okay. Hmm. 60 hours is amazing for 650 rupees, to be honest, plus free DLC. That is true. Like, if one thing you can't, even if you dislike the game, let's just say if anyone dislikes the game, the amount of like content you get for 650 rupees is fucking crazy. You can't complain about anything basically on that point, because the game is fun regardless. मैंने तो पहले पायरेट पे खेला था, फिर मैंने खरीदा तो सब टू सपोर्ट टीम चले. Yep. Even Silk Song runs on a toaster. Yeah. I wonder if this game will actually get released on mobile phones. Like it's already out on Switch. Yeah, fuck that. Please don't talk. Rishabh, please don't talk. Focus. Bro. Wow. Wow. Ah. This is crazy. I bought it for 500 on discount. Oh, nice. Hollow Knight is available for Android. Oh, when? Mobile पे नहीं करेंगे. Mobile gamers don't buy mobile games की जनता BGMI Free Fire में ही खेलेगी. Okay. Fuck you. I wanted to do an upwards attack. Okay. Yeah, that was bad. Okay. No! Motherfucker. Wow. Seriously? Fucking hell. Fucking hell. The best try is when you had 1 HP. Yeah. I question that, to be honest. Those aren't really mobile games, rather mobile live services. I play PS1 titles on my phone, some PS2 games and GameCube ones. I don't really play any games on mobile phones, not even the ones that are already on mobile. Like PSSP emulator, right? I've done that a lot. Just search the Hollow Knight APK, you'll find a Android APK. I remember some people use something called Joy Play, JOI Play, on Android to run some games on phone. Okay, that was... Yeah, my arms are hurting. Emulation thing reminded me. I have Metal Gear MGS and MGS Remake MGS 2 on my phone right now. Really? On it's out on phone? Or oh, you mean emulated it? How does it run? Does it lag? I've noticed one thing. Nowadays, I use a lot of these things while talking. I didn't have it before. I wonder why. Maybe because I'm focusing on two things. Wow. Okay. Wow. Okay. 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 Ah. I'm getting cooled down. Three hours, huh? I'll give this attempt, and after this, I'll take like 10 minutes break. Because I feel like my hand is hurting and that is affecting my performance inside the game. So maybe I'll take 10 minutes break after this one. Ah, fuck. Let's see. I never enjoyed those overhyped games on mobile phone like BGMI, Free Fire, so I always wanted to play games like GTA 5, Spider-Man 2, RDR2. Okay, and more. But I didn't have a device, so I did play them. So I did play them on mobile. But didn't have a device, so I did play them on mobile phones. GTA 5 वगैरह फोन पे है? क्या बात कर रहे हो? मोबाइल पे Spider-Man 1 and 2 ओल्ड वाला बहुत खेला था, and TSM 1 भी. TSM 1 कौन सा है? 1 runs pretty well. Remake and 2 is somewhat laggy, but they are mostly for research purpose, like analysis and recreation of its stealth. Yo, Ingi, क्या चल रहा है? Noob. This guy likes anime games. He plays Wuthering Waves and every other single game you can think about, gacha games. And I still am amazed he is not playing games like Hollow Knight. Just so you know, GTA 5, RDR2 and Spider-Man are also pretty overrated too. GTA 5, I can agree. RDR2, I don't think so, though I haven't finished it completely. Spider-Man, maybe. I haven't played it at all. But yeah. RDR2 probably is not overrated. At least not for the story. For its gameplay, my major gripe with RDR2 was that your guy walks so slow and he gets stuck on random things. Basically, he feels like a drunk guy and who's trying to move around. So I didn't enjoy moving around in that game. That was my major gripe with RDR2. But the story itself was feeling very good, but I ended up stopping it simply because I was playing Apex too much at the time. I play for a waifu. Well, there is a waifu. Don't you see her? Hornet? RDR2 isn't overrated, bro. Spider-Man is very overrated, but Spider-Man, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna lock in, hopefully. Bro. Okay, nice lock-in. Dumbass. Oh my god. I think I need a break. My wrist is hurting. Yep. By the way, I gotta go now. Tuition time. Have fun, KV. Enjoy करो जाओ पढ़ाई वढ़ाई कर लो. मैं अभी 10 मिनट के ब्रेक पे जा रहा हूँ. मेरा हाथ दर्द कर रहा है. Fuck. Okay. Okay, guys, I'm gonna take a break. If you can leave the stream in your background, it would be pretty good because I'm gonna like insert ads. So yeah, I'll probably get money by it. So if you guys just leave the stream back while I'm on break, it would be very helpful. And yeah, I'll see you in 10 minutes. And once again, thank you everyone for sticking around. Let me see. Same reason I don't like RDR2. The movement is root motion based, not input. Oh yeah. Basically, determines your movement depending on animation, not your input. Yep. And I fucking hate that. I really dislike that part. It feels weird, basically. Let's just say that. But yeah, I'll catch you in like 10 minutes or so. Hopefully you guys leave the stream on. It will be nice, better for me. But yeah, regardless, thank you so much. I'll see you in 10 minutes. Stop breaks, 5. Okay, okay. Okay, I'm back. Wow, my wrist was really hurting. Holy fuck. Okay. Let's go for it. Oh, it didn't hit him? Okay. First try, hopefully. By the way, thank you for sticking by. I hope you're having fun. Seeing me die, at least. Fuck. Okay. Okay. Okay, he's dead. Nice. That was pretty quick. Okay. Fuck. I wasn't expecting him to do that move right in the beginning. Brother. Oof. Wow. That was crazy. Nope. I fucking hate that ball move. Oh my god. Wrong button, wrong button. I pressed the wrong button. Ah, oh my god. Give me a moment. Fuck. Okay, okay, okay. That ball move is very stupid. Worst move in the game, entire game. I feel some kind of lag for some reason. I want... Yeah, yes, there is some lag. Wait, let me reconnect my controller. I wasn't getting any input sometimes. You're supposed to stay on the ground and dash sideways at last moment to avoid the ball. That is true, but the way I'm getting a feeling for is that if I waste my dash, sometimes that vertical sun ray that comes in, it will definitely hit me if it comes along with the ball. So yeah, I need the dash for that thing. So that's the whole reason I'm trying to save my dash. But yeah, maybe I can dash. Yeah. Wait. Okay, yeah, fine. I think I was getting misinput because my Mouse pointer was selected outside of the game and was not registering. Get good! Fucking hell. Get good. Yeah, this move. Fucking hell. No! I wish I had more HP. But the screen is so full of hazards, people just panic. That's true, that's true. This boss does make you panic in some situations. Yeah, like here. Bro. Ah, okay, okay. Gotta do Radiance hitless. Yeah, probably. Like, that's the only way I feel like I can defeat it. Yeah. Whew. Calm down. Holy fuck, that made me nervous. That actually made me nervous for some reason. I have no idea why. Okay. Don't be greedy. No! What the fuck? No, please. Please, no. Oh no, I think I could have defeated him. Holy fuck. All I needed to do was, I think I just needed to hit him once with the soul howl scream or whatever it is. And I think that boss would be dead. I think that was very close. I basically panicked at one point and I did the wrong dash at the wrong side. What if there was 4 phases? What the fuck, are you kidding me? There are 4 phases for that damn boss? Oh my god. Okay, I have seen only 2. Okay. That would be even more brutal. Well, we're gonna stay here for a long time, I guess. But I will kill this bitch now. Okay. Nah, just joking. Oh, fucking hell. That would be brutal. Bro, don't throw it. Calm down. Don't be greedy. Almost fucked it up. No. Why? Why the fuck did I panicked? That was such a good run. Holy fuck. Oh my heart can't take it. That was such a good run. Don't worry. It's getting closer and closer. Okay. Last Radiance phase 1 was flawless, yeah. Fuck. 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 Too long of a dash. Bro, this is very bad. I think I'll just die because that is very bad. I need to do phase 1 very carefully if I want to have any chance at phase 2. I have to be careful. Okay. No. Whew. Oof. Fuck. Nope, nope. What the? Ah, no. Don't get greedy, please. No! This is fucking scary. Please, come fucking closer. Oh no, motherfucker! Ah, fuck. How many blasts will he take in the second phase? Holy fuck. Slow close. Yes, so far, yeah. Oh, he's not dead. I thought he was dead. Okay. At least you're getting to phase 2 faster now, yeah. Wow. Okay. Okay. I'm coming for you, bitch. You ain't gonna stay alive for too long. Okay. Don't die. Fuck. Why didn't I dash? Okay. Game, hello? Bro. Yeah, this is bad. This one was bad. That RNG sucks. He can just pull out 2 attacks that don't go together. Yeah. It's so annoying. The RNG... See, that is my only gripe with the bosses in Hollow Knight. Some of them are very RNG. Yeah, okay. I fucking knew I'm gonna die here. Fuck. I'll be honest with you, my wrist is hurting so bad. What the fuck? And I think it's because of the Steam controller. Like I said, the handles are like coming inwards. So it does end up hurting. Okay. It didn't hit him? Okay. Beat his ass. Okay, get good. Get good. What the fuck was I doing there? Okay. Fuck. Ah. Yeah. Stupid. This is... Wow. I walked into it. This is bad. Heal up, heal up. As much HP as you can. Because this guy fucking requires bullshit amount of luck. Wow. Oh, did you see that? What the fuck? That is stupid. That is absolutely fucking stupid. Wow. And he doesn't have a fucking hitbox on his... Okay. You know what? Fuck it. That is absolutely fucking bullshit. And also, what was that phase? Did I just have to hit him once over there? I don't even think I did that much damage to him, but okay. How the fuck did that third phase start so quickly? Skill issue, huh? Sale hengi. Bro, that was one last hit. Yeah, I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. Oh my god. No worries, no worries. I'm getting his ass regardless. I am getting his ass. Motherfucker. What a fucking annoying boss. Fuck this guy. 0 out of 10 for this guy. If I had to rate him, he'd probably be the absolutely useless boss. He's difficult and annoying for the sake of being difficult and annoying. Yeah, look at him. Motherfucker. 3 balls at the same time. Okay. Yeah. Are you fucking kidding me? Wow. Fuck, I am getting his ass. Motherfucker. Okay. Wow. You have to be kidding me. You have to be kidding me. You have to be fucking kidding me there. Ah, that was such a bad RNG. Oh my god. You need to dodge the ball. Yep. That was such a bad RNG. I didn't even see the ball that was like down below. Wait a sec. Okay. My mother came in and I had to, yeah, talk to her. Apologies. Let's see. That was such a bad RNG though. Holy fuck that one. Oof. I don't know how I survived that, but I'll take it. How the fuck did I get hit? Okay, okay. This guy's... Fuck you, bitch! Motherfucking annoying boss. Absolutely trash. Fuck you. Holy fuck. Eat this ass. Fucking kill him, motherfucker. Fuck you. Absolutely fuck you. Fucking asshole. Fucking bitch. Absolutely annoying boss. Absolutely fucking annoying boss. RNG ass motherfucker. He's not a difficult boss. He's a fucking RNG modding like motherfucker. Absolutely. Holy fuck. Whew. Okay, so our shadow ate him. And what's happening? Okay. Is that Hornet? Yeah. Where's our guy? Where's our knight? Don't tell me we don't have a good ending for our knight. Bro, come on. Fucking hell. Is that it? So we don't have a good ending for our main protagonist, huh? I won't lie to you, I'm sort of teary-eyed for our main guy. Because I feel like... he's such a sacrificial pawn, basically. We don't know anything about him. Or at least I don't know. And... he takes on this quest of being from absolutely a weak guy going up against everything else in this world and trying to kill him, and in return he doesn't get any acknowledgement or anything, and he ends up losing his life regardless. That is not just sad, that is just what's the word for it? I can't find the exact word for it. Yeah, that's just sad. I have no other word for it. Fucking hell. Bro, you haven't fought his hardest form in Pantheon. Yeah, fuck that guy. I mean, I'll leave it to the speedrunners for the Pantheon. Because this boss is not fun. But forgetting the boss, man, holy fuck. Why did they have to make the story so sad? Watch the Mossbag video. Every Souls protagonist be like. Yeah. Is there any ending after this? Because I'll take 5 minutes break after this, and I'll come back, I'll get some tea, and then I'll watch Mossbag's video. So yeah, if you guys want to watch it, stick around. But I hope there's some sort of semblance of like goodness for our main guy, for the knight. And to the 2,158 backers, you guys were fucking giga chats. You guys knew that you were supporting something absolutely fucking amazing. Well done on achieving this great feat. You preserved and you triumphed. We hope you enjoyed yourself in the world of Hollow Knight. We'll meet again soon on the road ahead. Good fucking game, absolutely amazing. But 9.5, not 10, because of the absolute RNG bosses you have. Some of them at least. This one was not fun. Radiance is not fun. But man, the story's so sad. The bad ending, you end up becoming the next vessel, basically. And Hornet is dead with alongside you. I have still no idea why the plague is spreading. And who is the reason behind the plague spread. I also haven't done Path of Pain. I have to do that. And I have to do DLC as well. Yeah, that is just 81 hours, 33 minutes, 29 seconds. 99%. Path of Pain, huh? Which one did I did? If it was in Path of Pain. Like, I do know I went ahead and met basically the guy with the guy in the white who has like long nailed crown. But which path was that? If that's not Path of Pain. That's what I like about Souls game. The protagonists are not some chosen one who are destined to do something good. Yeah, I guess that is true. But you see, I wouldn't feel so bad about like Dark Souls protagonists, but I do feel sad about these guys. You know why? Simply because they look much more cuter. For example, the Made in Abyss. If it was like adults in that anime, and they were the ones who were suffering and dying, you would feel bad, definitely, but you wouldn't feel like absolutely demolished. But there's something that I fucking really break down apart. It's moments where you see a loss of innocence of a character. And it's very easy to portray for... I did Path of Pain. Okay. So that was Path of Pain, huh? Okay. I have to watch Made in Abyss. It's a good show. I'll say it's a great show. But it really is a hard watch. In the sense of how much cruelty there is in that world. It's basically Dark Souls plus in terms of like the world. Everything is pretty much trying to kill you. But yeah, let me confirm if I actually did Path of Pain. Let me give me a moment before I take a 5 minutes break, 5 or 10 minutes, because I want to drink tea. I haven't had any lunch today, so I'll get some tea. And then I'll come back and watch Mossbag's video. Because that was my main goal for starting the stream today. I wanted to watch the lore video. I'm really interested about Hollow Knight's world. Let me see. Path of Pain. Because I hope it's the one Hollow Knight Path of Pain hit list. I wonder if I did White Palace or Path of Pain. I'm confused a bit about that part. The White Palace is a surreal dream realm in Hollow Knight, serving as the former residence of the Pale King. Okay. Whoever that guy is. And how do you go to the Path of Pain? As player will set forth in the and to this you will need to enter the Dream Nail by dream nailing the corpse of the knight at the palace ground, which is located at the ancient basin. Okay, I think I have done it. If that is the case, then I have done it. I'm not sure, but I might have done it. I've done it? Were you here when I was doing it? Because you know why I am confused if I've done Path of Pain or not? While I was doing White Palace, someone said you will have a very hard time with Path of Pain. And I was wondering if I've done Path of Pain or not because of that. Remember the guy with the crown and chair? Yeah, I do remember that guy. That's the reason I do remember that part. So I've done Path of Pain, huh? Okay. If that is the case, then Path of Pain wasn't as hard as like Celeste levels, like some of the Celeste levels. I guess Celeste helped me, prepared me for a Path of Pain because of that. Okay. It was hard, definitely hard. I mean, don't get me wrong, it was hard. But like some of the paths in Celeste are absolutely brutal. So in that sense, I guess, yeah. People just make it sound worse than it is. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Okay, but finally, it only took me like what, 8 months to come back and defeat Radiance, but I did defeat him. Fuck that boss. But I absolutely love Hollow Knight, and it's probably my favorite game by a long shot. I don't think there would be any other game which I will rate higher in terms of how invested I am in a game. Let me think if there is any other game. Let me think. No, I don't think so. I definitely don't think so. The second closest game would probably be Outer Wilds. Yep. But they give you a generous amount of soul and checkpoints. Yeah. See, I remember the conversation about Path of Pain was that Path of Pain doesn't give you checkpoints and stuff. But in my opinion, it does give you checkpoints. And it's decent amount actually. That is true. Celeste gives you a lot more of them, like a lot more checkpoints. But the checkpoints don't help actually for the later stages. In fact, if they didn't give you checkpoints, the later stages would be almost impossible to beat for most normal players. In terms of investment, I'd say System Shock, but that's just me being Cyberpunk nerd. I haven't played System Shock. I have to play it. I wonder if I should be playing the remaster one or the original one. The same goes for the original Deus Ex. I haven't played the original Deus Ex, but I have played the Mankind Revolution and Human Revolution and Mankind Divided. Yeah, but yeah. Regardless, I'll come and read your chats later on. Give me 10 minutes break. I'm very hungry, and yeah, we'll talk more while we are watching Mossbag's video. OG Deus Ex, do not play remaster of it. It uses OG Deus Ex, do not play remaster of it. It uses AI. Oh. But I do like Mankind Divided and Human Revolution. What's the name? Jensen or Jason? Hola amigo. Yo Prince, क्या हाल है? कैसे हो? Just अभी Hollow Knight खत्म किया है and base game at least खत्म किया है. DLC बची है but वो बाद में कर लूँगा. Okay. 10 मिनट का ब्रेक. तुम सब बढ़िया है, सब बढ़िया, चंगा सी है. बेसिकली मैं ब्रेक पे जा रहा था 10 मिनट के. कुछ खाया है नहीं, भूख लगी है. चाय पी के आता हूँ, चाय बाय, और फिर मैं आता हूँ. बढ़िया. Thank you for dropping by. I'll see you in 10 minutes. Apologies, Prince, but भूख लग रही है मेरे को. आता हूँ मैं 10 मिनट में. I'll insert an ad. So yeah, if you guys don't leave, I'll probably be earning a little bit. I'll see you around. Start break. 5 minutes. Okay. Okay, okay. Let me see. First, let me set up the gear browser capture. Yeah. If you guys are still here, can you send me the link? Which one I have to watch? Which Mossbag video I have to watch? Let me see. Browser, Edge. Okay. Wow, this is gonna be weird. How the fuck do I set it up to be... what? Okay. Yeah, 2560 into 1440. It should be fine now. Okay, now... Okay, I did the wrong thing. My bad. If I add game capture for a browser, will it take it? Let's capture specific window, Microsoft Edge. Games. Okay, fine. Let's see. It doesn't pick it up. Okay, I'll have to see how to do it. Give me a moment. My link got deleted. Send on Discord General. Okay. Give me a moment. I have no idea. I rarely set up browser source. How the fuck do I do it without the display capture? Okay. Game capture, display capture, video capture, window capture. Is it window capture? Microsoft Edge. Okay, yeah. Now it's working. Nice. I'm unable to do it. What the fuck? Okay, give me a moment. Automatic. Why the fuck is it not 2560 into 1440? Let me see. Give me a moment. Well, it won't be 25 like full screen. It will have some black pixels, but I guess that's fine. Let me... Can you see the webcam? Okay, nice. Now let me turn on the browser audio. Media. Let me just play something just to check if the audio is actually picking up. Microsoft Edge, custom.
You knew this was coming. I'm back. Tim.
And now. Okay, nice. In general. And also give me a moment and let me change the title too, since I'm here. And I'll ping everyone on Discord. Edge. Okay. And what was I gonna do? Why did it go away? What? What the fuck happened? Bro, what happened? It was fine a moment ago. Okay, I'll have to add again maybe? What the fuck? Window capture, Edge. Okay. Okay. And let me set it exactly. Yeah, okay. Okay, setup. Let me see. It is what it is. Bro, that thumbnail is... bro, that thumbnail in game page. Also, you should link the OG video in description. Yeah. Thank you for mentioning that. I completely would have forgot about it. Let's see. Edit. Finished with Finish with Hollow Knight. Oh, let me just... Watching Mossbag lore video. Hollow Knight. And let me link the video. Mossbag lore video. Save. Public. Everything is fine. Okay, save. And let me just ping everyone over here. On Discord, that is. Watching Mossbag lore video. Done with Radiance. Come join in to see my reaction to Hollow Knight lore. Yep. Okay, I think we're fine now. I was gonna see if the audio is... Let me know if audio is there in the stream. And also let me turn off the game now. Okay.
If you were to ask me, what is your favorite...
Let me check. And also let me...
If you were to ask me...
Okay, it's there. It's there. Nice. Scuff streamer. Okay, give me a moment then now. Let me go washroom so that I don't have to take any breaks after that. The face cam is not there. Is that alright with you? No, I'll add it. Wait. Okay, I'm here. Let me add the face cam. And then we are good to go. Yeah, it's there now. I think it should be fine. Okay, good. Good. Everything's done. And live. Okay. We are here. Okay. That was funny. Hoo-hoo. Wowie. Wait, warning, this contains a few spoilers for Hollow Knight. What do you mean few? I thought that was a lower video, right? Please bear in mind that before embarking on this journey, or don't, I really don't care. I am just text on a screen. Okay.
If you were to ask me, what is your favorite video game ever made? I would have to say Cory in the
Hollow
House
Knight.
for the Nintendo
Okay.
DS. But Hollow Knight would be a close second. Hollow Knight was released on February 24th, 2017 by Team Cherry, an indie game studio based in the mythical land of Adelaide, South Australia. Over the past 3 years, Hollow Knight has become an indie darling. The game has sold over 3.5 million copies. It was the opening game at ADGQ 2019.
Really? ADGQ? Okay.
There's a Hollow Knight book, a line of plushies, t-shirts, nicotine patches, nuclear warheads, and even vinyl records for all you goddamn hipsters. Team Cherry had one goal when making Hollow Knight. They wanted to create a world that allowed players to get completely lost in exploration. We can see this desire in Hollow Knight's design. The levels in Hollow Knight are massive, with secrets and rewards hidden in every nook and cranny, be that powerful charms, special abilities, or the game's navigation system requires the player to
The audio is fine, right? Everyone? Let me know if the audio is scuffed.
work for their map, forcing them to make a stronger mental image of the world in their head. Christopher Larkin's score and Ari Gibson's artwork lend to this as well, creating
Oh, so Ari Gibson is the artwork designer. Wow, 3-man team and everyone fucking hit it out of the park with whatever they were doing. The music score is amazing. His artwork, Ari's artwork is absolutely fucking masterpiece. Like, you can instantly get a clue which game it is.
an atmosphere that the player won't want to leave. But there's one aspect of Hollow Knight that keeps people like me coming back: the world building.
That's true. The world is fucking amazing.
When Super Metroid launched in 1994, it stood out for its amazing sense of immersion. Now in 1994, I was busy not being alive, but I've watched enough YouTube video essays to know that this game was a big deal.
You know what? Give me a moment. Let me just switch from headphone. It's too hot and my neck's hurting. Let me go to earphones. Give me a moment. Okay. I'm back. Apologies.
In case you didn't know,
Okay.
Super Metroid is basically the granddaddy of all Metroidvanias. That's why they're
Let me reduce the audio on my side. Apologies. I generally don't do these things, but yeah. Let me reduce it on my side.
called Metroidvanias. Now in Super Metroid, there are moments that give the player a sense of depth. Basically the feeling that this world exists outside of Samus's interactions with it. In the room right before that diabetic crocodile thing, Samus can find the corpse of a random soldier. His inclusion here doesn't change the gameplay at all, but instead gives the player a sense of wonder about the world they are exploring. Who was this guy? Why was he here in the first place? Did he like jazz? Now, finding dead bodies and other random garbage is pretty cool, right? While Hollow Knight basically does the same thing, about a dozen times. Through its world building, Hollow Knight turns Hallownest into a living kingdom. You can sense the ancient history of the land when you look at dilapidated structures or giant barred doors.
The world is fucking
Nothing feels
amazing,
like it was
Hollow
put
Knight.
into the game randomly. There's a reason
I
for it
agree.
all. Except those reasons aren't the easiest to uncover. Hollow Knight's narrative is buried under layers of
Your home is where you keep your most prized possession, yourself. Therefore, you should make an effort to keep it nice and clean. Zod the Mighty, Lord Zod. Regardless of what you say, that thing is actually something I very much agree upon.
NPC dialogue, item descriptions, lore tablets, and even additional content like the Quarrel comic and Fangamer's Wanderer's Journal.
There's a cruel
And even additional content like the Quarrel comic
Wow. Okay.
and Fangamer's Wanderer's Journal. These past 3 years have seen an insane amount of research by the Hollow Knight community to make sense of Team Cherry's sprawling world. Research by the
Read it,
Hollow
how
Knight
do you
community
ask?
to make sense of
What the fuck? Rimming is having a moment. Whatever. I'll read it later.
Team Cherry's sprawling world. We've even made it to the point where people are looking at the in-game signs to try and decipher Hallownest's logographic language. In this video, I hope to give you a long and detailed look into the world of Hollow Knight, exploring Hallownest's history and uncertain future. When I'm not busy making surprisingly accurate Super Smash Bros. Roster speculation videos, or insightful podcasts about beloved subjects like the Donkey Kong Country television series, or whatever this was supposed to be, I'm usually making videos about Hollow Knight. And while I am a seasoned Hollow Knight lore expert, I cannot confirm that every musing or theory presented in this video is completely correct. I highly recommend checking out the lore section of the Hollow Knight wiki if you want a more neutral explanation of Hollow Knight's lore. But if you're too lazy to read, then I suggest you sit back, order some Domino's pizza, or just grab a block of cheese from the fridge, and enjoy the mostly complete lore of Hollow Knight. It's a simple fact of life that every human worships a god, be that technology, ideologies, or in rare cases, God. As it turns out, the bugs in Hallownest pretty much operate in the same way. From the Mosskin born from the dream of a giant slug, to the emo kids of the ancient civilization who literally worship the darkness, there is no shortage of things to worship in the world of Hollow Knight. Our story begins with a creature very much worthy of worship, a creature born from the carcass of a worm. The carcass can still be found in the Kingdom's Edge, and it's our only good look at what worms actually looked like. At the time Hollow Knight occurs, it is suggested there are no worms left in the world. They were incredibly long creatures that
I have maybe he will talk about it later on, but I have a question. Isn't there a worm in like the deep nest or whatever that is? Isn't that a worm?
featured little to no limbs. Another more mysterious property of worms was that they had some kind of prescience or foresight. Basically, they could see the future to some capacity. It isn't clear how effective this ability was. Considering how the entire race went extinct, this foresight ability must have been pretty shit. Getting back to this particular worm carcass, it is explained that this worm traveled across the distant mountains and wastelands beyond Hallownest. Once it arrived in Hallownest, the worm died. Except not really. Inside the maw of the carcass sits a pale broken egg, out of which hatched a new form of worm, a being of meager shell. This form of the worm is usually referred to as the Pale King, and he's the character basically responsible
So he's a worm. I wouldn't have guessed that.
for everything that happens in Hollow Knight. The Pale King is a higher being, a type of creature that exists above all others. His body was said to shine with a radiant visage that harmed those who looked upon him. The ultimate goal of the Pale King seemed to be in line with that of other worms. A line from the cryptic Mr. Mushroom reads, "Worms pull bugs into their thrall, till ages pass and kingdoms fall." In other words, it's just in their nature. Dogs wag their tails, cats bury their shit, and worms bring massive amounts of bugs into their service in order to form long-standing kingdoms and civilizations. And here in a far corner of the world, the Pale King emerged from the corpse of his former self and began to build his eternal kingdom, Hallownest. There's just one slight problem. There's like people already living there. The area that would eventually become Hallownest
The map is so beautiful when you look at it this way. Just looking at it, like, imagine a trailer for a game. If someone showed me a map like this of their game and nothing else, that alone will make me interested in the world they are about to, like, show me. It is so big and so fucking detailed. Oh my god. I'm just trying to find if I missed any part. I don't think so. City of Tears, King Station. City of Tears has an amazing music.
Was
Yeah,
already
let's
filled
move
with
forward.
mantises, bees, moths, spiders, mushrooms,
Fun fact, the first trailer of the game does not show the entire map. Oh. So they basically went ahead and thought that, like, we have something really good and ended up creating an even bigger map, I guess. It's so amazing what they fucking did with, like, my god. I am baffled. I am just a guy who makes YouTube videos, and that alone fucking takes me, like, all of my creative mind, like all of my intellect to think about. This is just something my fucking tiny mind can't comprehend.
and bush cosplayers. Each of these groups were already operating with their
geniuses.
own cultures and societies, and each group had a different interaction with the Pale King. One of the more receptive groups to the arrival of the Pale King were the mushrooms of the fungal wastes. These creatures were able to communicate with one another through one shared mind. The mushrooms viewed this
It starts with the night in one room, and camera goes out showing you full map. Also, you misread previous one. Also you misread previous one. Did I? What did I misread? I didn't even get it. Mm, uh, do you mean when I said there's a worm in what is that place? The deep nest? What did I misread? This part? Oh, I said does not. Oh, okay. Oh, you okay. Now I get it. Now I get it. Fun fact: the first trailer of the game does show the entire map. Oh, that is even more fucking crazy then. They had the whole concept of what they wanted inside their game right from the beginning. That is like a genius level of foresight. Instead of does talking. Okay.
players. Each of these
Wow.
groups were already operating with their own cultures and societies, and each group had a different interaction with the Pale King. One of the more receptive groups to the arrival of the Pale King were the mushrooms of the fungal wastes. These creatures were able to communicate with one another through one shared mind. The mushrooms viewed this shared mind as a strength, and they were kind of smug dickheads about it. Ultimately, the mushrooms wearily accepted the Pale King's rule, viewing his foresight as a shield to the dangers of the future. Another group living in the fungal wastes is the Mantis tribe. The Mantises have a rich cultural history reaching back to long before the birth of Hallownest. The Mantises are a proud tribe, believing in the importance of proving one's physical strength. The Mantises are fiercely territorial, but will show respect to those who display great power. These Fight Club enthusiasts were led by 4 powerful Mantis Lords, who I guess just kind of sat around waiting for outsiders to challenge them. The Mantis tribe had no interest in the Pale King's kingdom, but the two communities did come to a truce. In exchange for their independence from Hallownest, the Mantis tribe kept the beasts of Deep Nest from invading Hallownest. Not sure why they didn't just go out the other
Okay.
exits from Deep Nest.
I see. So they were basically the warrior tribe that was protecting everyone from Deep Nest. And in return, Pale King wouldn't take over.
But whatever. I'm not an expert on Border Patrol. I don't work at ICE anymore. Let's move on to Deep Nest. Now, many of the different tribes of Halonest were kind enough to leave lore tablets behind, detailing pretty much everything we need to know about them. Unfortunately, the bugs of Deep Nest didn't do that.
They kind of look like Hornet. Is that place where Hornet's mother kind of? I think that's some mother was laying here.
We know that the spiders of Deep Nest had a monarchy because why not? Those are always good, right?
Inner topical reference to latest scandal involving the royal family here. By the way, बधाई हो Radiance beat करने की. Fuck that boss. मैं जो noob एकदम RNG वाला. Okay.
Also
तुमने देखा है मंगेतर वाली वीडियो? लोर वाली? मैं पहली बार देख रहा हूँ.
within Deep Nest are a separate group of spiders that immigrated to Deep Nest. Is good, right? Also within Deep Nest are a separate group of spiders that immigrated to Deep Nest at some point in the past.
Okay,
This group was known as the Weavers, and they established their own culture and history within Deep Nest. They used looms of silk to weave stories, spells, and shields. One thing we know for sure about Deep Nest is that they really didn't want anything to do with Halonest. The struggles of Deep Nest-Halonest relations would become painfully clear as time goes on, but for right now, it's
Wait a second, I'm getting confused. Where the deepness and hollowness
seems
come in?
sure
Let me
used
go
looms
back.
weavers that
Apologies.
immigrated to those. We know that them. Unfortunately, the bugs of Deep Nest didn't do that. We know that the spiders of Deep Nest had a monarchy because why not? That we need to know about them. Kind enough to leave lore tablets behind, detailing pretty much everything we need to know about them. Unfortunately, the bugs of Deep Nest didn't do that. We know that the spiders of Deep Nest
The bugs of deepness didn't do that, and spiders were from deepness. Okay, now it makes sense. Ah yes, weavers use silk as in silk song.
had a monarchy
That is why there is that meme of Hornet being a spider, I guess, right? I have watched that meme.
because why not? Those are always good, right? Also within Deep Nest are a separate group of spiders that immigrated to Deep Nest at some point in the past. This group was known as the Weavers, and they established their own culture and history within Deep Nest. They used looms of silk to weave stories, spells, and shields. One thing we know for sure about Deep Nest is that they really didn't want anything to do with Halonest. The struggles of Deep Nest-Halonest relations would become painfully clear as time goes on, but for right now, it seems like the two remained fairly isolated from one another. Another section of pre-Halonest includes Green Path. Now, as far as we can tell, the mushrooms, mantises, and spiders of Deep Nest didn't worship any higher beings. There is this giant mushroom corpse in spider pre-Halonest includes Green Path. Now, as far as we can tell, the mushrooms, mantises, and spiders of Deep Nest didn't worship any higher beings. There is this giant mushroom corpse in the fungal core, but I don't think this is a higher being. I mean, who the hell would want to worship a fat-ass mushroom? Fat-ass slugs? Now that's dope. The land we know as Green Path was created by the higher being known as Un. Un used her great mind to dream the vegetation of Green Path into the once barren caverns. Un's father
Is Un a worm or what she is?
a fat-ass mushroom.
Apologies, you will see me backtrack a lot, but that's just how I watch most of the stuff. Apologies.
Fat-ass slugs? Now that's dope. The land we know as Green Path was created by the higher being known as Un. Un used her great mind to dream the vegetation of Green Path into the once barren caverns. Un's followers, the Mosskin, were also born out of Un's dream, making her their creator. Green Path at its height was actually much larger than we see in game. At one point, Green Path stretched into both modern-day Queen's Garden and possibly Fog Canyon. Green Path's citizens showed themselves to be a fairly developed society. They built a temple at the Lake of Un in order to worship her, and they even had their own line of defense, with Moss Knights showing proficiency in combat, using nails and shells as weapons. The Law of Un continued to remain in effect even after the Pale King arrived, but it seems like they allowed the king to establish a road through their lands, leading travelers to the heart of Halonest. Hence the name Green Path. Yeah, Team Cherry really racked their brains when naming this area, didn't they? Next, we have the bees. And while there is no lore on how these bees can turn into fucking drills, or how they can ignore all known laws of aviation, we do know how they reacted to the Pale King. These bugs decided to seal their hive off from the rest of the world, with only patrol bees being able to enter and exit the hive. So yeah, the bees are pretty much pointless in this story. And finally we have the Moth Tribe. In-game, the only moth settlement is in the Resting Grounds, but the tribe might have also inhabited the Crystal Peak at one point. Now as we all know, moths
Okay, so
in real
Moth
life might have
tribe.
also
These are the signs, right? So Pale King was basically kind of a moth. Not sure.
inhabited the Crystal Peak at one point.
And
Now
a
as we
worm?
all know, moths in real life are just complete assholes. As for the moths in Hollow Knight, well, it's a bit complicated.
Oh yeah, she is a moth. I completely forgot about her. It's been so long. Okay, she's the seer basically.
The moth race is described as
An is higher being, just like worm. It's like every square is a rectangle, but not every rectangle is a square. Every worm is a higher being, but not every higher being is a worm. Okay.
being a rather pacifist group, with few ever choosing to take up a weapon. During the Pale King's reign, the moth race delved amongst dreams to take up a
Forgot, I still have to fight a lot of dream bosses. I haven't fought this guy.
weapon. During the Pale King's reign, the moth race delved amongst dreams and the dead, displaying the importance of remembering those who have passed, as well as learning how to shape dreams themselves. Similar to the Mothkin, the Moth Tribe was born from a higher being known as the Radiance.
Wow. Similar to the Mosskin, the Moth Tribe was born from a higher being known as Radiance. Okay, so as far as I can see, if I had to rate Un is at least a good guy. He doesn't seem to have done, she doesn't have seem to have done anything bad. Then there is this Moth guy, fucking asshole, who was born from who was basically a radiant god, or yeah, whatever.
The Radiance
Fucking
is
asshole.
described as being a light in which the Moth Tribe basked, so she was basically a giant lamp to them. Another important aspect
Okay, that makes sense. Moth always go towards a fucking light.
about the Radiance is her ties to dreams and a substance known as Essence. Essence of the Radiance is her
Radiance is a her. I swear, about Radiance is her ties to dreams.
ties to
She knows
dreams
it.
and a substance known as Essence. Essence are the remains of wishes and dreams, and are represented in-game by these Dreamcatcher particle effects. Essence can take the form of whispering roots, as well as dream ghosts, both of which are memories taking root in the world. The Radiance appears to be a creature made of essence, but she isn't the only higher being to give off essence. Un has
Okay.
green particles, the Pale King has gray particles, and this sexy character named Grim gives off fiery red particles. However,
Wow.
the Radiance appears to be the main god when it comes to dreams, even if other gods also dabble in the dream realm. When it
Oh, the Radiance appears to be the main god when it comes to dreams. Okay.
comes to dreams, even if other gods also dabble in the dream realm. Getting back to the Moth Tribe, it is their interaction with the Pale King that we need to discuss. Basically, the Moths turned their backs on the Radiance completely in order to worship the new light that had appeared, the Pale King's light.
Wow, really? So they kind of betrayed him? Betrayed her?
Completely in order to discuss. Basically, the Moths turned their backs on the Radiance completely in order to worship the new light that had appeared, the Pale King's light. So yeah, Moths are assholes in this game too. With her tribe forsaking her, the Radiance became a forgotten memory, a remnant of the past, and a thing that's definitely not going to come up again later in this video. And so the Pale King's new kingdom was established.
Let me see. Where were the Moth guys? They were here? Somewhere this side, this part? I think they were somewhere here, if I remember correctly. Okay. And the Pale King is right below. Okay.
Hallownest. But there is one aspect of Hallownest that we need to discuss. Unfortunately, to better understand this, we're going to have to read some poetry. In Wilds Beyond they speak your name with reverence and regret. For none could tame our savage souls, yet you the challenge met. Under palest watch you taught, we changed. Base instincts were redeemed. A world you gave to bug and beast as they had never dreamed. This is from a poem titled Elegy for Hallownest, written by Modamon the Teacher. The poem appears at the beginning of every playthrough, and hints at what the Pale King and his kingdom offered. Much of the land outside of Hallownest appears to be a wasteland, where bugs survive off of instinct, without the burden of mind. Hallownest somehow taught these bugs and tamed their savagery. Basically, the Pale King changed the instincts of his subjects and granted them higher thought. To get a better picture of this, let's look at two different characters, Boone and Tuck. These adorable panda bug two different characters.
Did I meet them?
Boone and Tuck.
I definitely didn't meet Boone. What about Tuck?
These
the water brings me everything I wish for. I just need to find it. I think I met him. I am not sure.
Adorable panda bug things give us a clear display of Hallownest's effect. While both appear to be the same species of bug,
both appear to be the same species of bug. Boone is dumb
as a sack of rocks, struggling to string together words, while Tuck speaks fairly clearly. The main difference between Tuck speaks fairly
It brought you here too? Are you hungry? I'll share my food with you if you
clearly. The main difference between these two characters is that while Boone lives outside of Hallownest, Tuck lives beneath the city's capital. Basically, it appears as though Hallownest is a literal holy ground that raises the intelligence of those who dwell within. The Pale King established a path, starting from the kingdom's entrance in King's Pass, winding through Greenpath and the fungal wastes, and finally ending at the massive capital at Hallownest's heart. Green established
Pale King established a path starting from the kingdom's entrance in
King's Pass, winding through Greenpath and the fungal wastes, and finally ending at the massive capital at Hallownest's heart. We now know the capital city as the City of Tears, but that was likely not its original name. The rain that falls down onto the city from the blue lake above didn't begin until after the kingdom collapsed. So unless the capital was originally named by some edgy literature student, the name City of Tears wouldn't have made much sense. The king's motivation for all this appears to have been his desire to be worshipped. The citizens of Hallownest believe that the Pale King created the world and everything in it. Shrines to the king can be found scattered throughout the kingdom, and king's idols were created and distributed to followers of the king. Despite the worship, the Pale King often kept himself hidden from his subjects, possibly to hide his blemishes. I mean, if you look at the size of the real Pale King to his statue in the ancient basin, the man is clearly overcompensating. The Pale King's White Palace was also built underneath the city, separating him from his subjects even more so. At the same time, certain powers became shunned in Hallownest, though we don't know for sure if the Pale King had anything to do with this. Lifeblood is a blue liquidy substance that leaves those who drink it feeling refreshed. However, the use of lifeblood was seen as a taboo, and those who used it were demonized as heretics. The use of soul is a taboo.
Her, like if you use the vessel on her, it's pretty solemn basically.
And those who used it were demonized as heretics. The use of soul for combat was also shunned. Soul is a sort of life force in Hollow Knight that animates the bodies of living creatures. But some characters are able to control the soul of others to conjure powerful spirits. But aside from a few exceptions, no citizens of Hallownest ever used this power. However, the Pale King didn't rule alone. There was another higher being in the mix, a being known as the White Lady. The White Lady is a weird brute-like being that can be found in the modern-day Queen's Gardens. She is encased in a strange cocoon, and we know very little about her. With as much exposition we get for the Pale King, there is next to nothing on the White Lady. But one thing we do know is that she likes to breed. Like, a lot. The White Lady would often retreat to the Queen's Gardens, an area of land once controlled by the Mosskin. How exactly she walked around and actually went places is a lore question too deep for even my expertise. The White Lady is also known as a pale being, along with the Pale King. What exactly are pale beings? Well, we don't know for sure, but they seem to stand out even amongst higher beings as being even more powerful. I know that's a little confusing, so let's try using an example. I'd say that regular higher beings are like a TP-Link Archer C7
You had to go to the router. Okay, yeah, that is easy to understand, definitely.
AC1750 wireless dual band gigabit router, while pale beings are like the ASUS RT-AX88U AX6000 dual band 8X gigabit Wi-Fi router. Under the Pale King, Halnest underwent a bit of an industrial revolution. He ordered the construction of the stagways, which were used to transport passengers and goods, the Forgotten Crossroads, and the
Up until this point, the Pale King seems to have done a pretty good job about everything. I wonder what happened.
storerooms above the City of Tears were used to store goods that traveled along these stagways. The king also ordered the construction of the tramways, because literally no one is safe from the threat of automation. A tram was built between the Forgotten Crossroads and the resting grounds. A second tram was built from the kingdom's edge across the ancient basin over to Deep Nest. And then a third tram was started in Deep Nest and attempted to go further into Deep Nest. Not sure how useful that would have been to the bugs of Hallownest, but whatever. The Pale King's a smart guy, I'm not gonna question him.
Shown here being dead.
But anyway, the Pale King's super smart plan to build a tram in Deep Nest ended up getting a few of his tram workers killed. The bugs of Deep Nest rejected the Pale King's attempt to build a tram in their territory, further cementing the poor relations shared between the two groups. Aside from convenient fast travel, regular pathways were also used to cart goods around the kingdom. From this was born probably one of the most important groups in Hallownest, and perhaps even all of fiction. An elusive guild of bugs, simply known as the Menderbugs, took to maintaining the various signs scattered throughout Hallownest. From the journal entry of one Menderbug, we can catch a glimpse into their ancient and unknowable minds.
Dear, dear diary, isn't life just the most beautiful thing? Fixing signs, mending posts, let them break, I say. I'm a better mender for all that repairing. I sometimes doubt there's a single bug in all of Hallownest happier than me.
Another example of the Pale King's expanding infrastructure is the Crystal Peak. This area is filled with crystals that grow rapidly along walls, ceilings, and even the shells of certain bugs. These crystals were considered valuable to the bugs of Hallownest, resulting in large-scale mining efforts. We don't actually see the crystals used anywhere else in Hallownest, but they are said to contain a sort of energy. The crystals are also said to sing, if you listen very carefully. In terms of military, Hallownest's first line of defense appeared to be a group simply known as the Five Great Knights. The members of this esteemed coalition were Ogrim, Hagamol, Zamir, Drya, and Isma. Hagamol, Zamir,
I don't think I have fought Zamir.
Drya,
I have seen Drya, obviously.
and
Isma. I have seen her too.
Isma. For being so important, most of the information about these knights has been lost to time. Ogrim is the knight we know the most about, since he is one of the few knights still alive during the events of the game. Ogrim expressed a great amount of loyalty towards the king, and he maybe had something going on.
I like the Rickroll song. It's actually a good song. But yeah, I knew he's gonna put that one there. the moment he said listen to the crystal, basically.
With Isma, but we really don't know. Hagamol was known for maybe had something going on with Isma, great amount of loyalty towards the king, and he maybe had something going on with Isma, but we really don't know. Hagamol was known for his sense of humor and his soft-spoken voice.
Isma is a spider, if I remember correctly, because
To be
it
a
looks like
coalition Isma.
Hornet. Yeah, that face looks like Hornet's face.
Ogrim is the knight we know the most about. Expressed a great amount of loyalty towards the king, and he maybe had something going on with Isma, but we really don't know. Hagamol was known for his sense of humor and his soft-spoken voice, but at the same time, he was also dummy thick. Mysterious Samir arrived in Hallownest from a serene land, bringing with her a collection of delicate flowers.
Oh, see, she is the singer, right? Okay, she is the singer, I think.
At some point, she also got into a relationship with a mantis, but not just any mantis, a daughter of one of the mantis lords. So yeah, it seems like these great knights were slaying in more ways than one. All we really know about Drya is that she was fierce, caring, and wise. As for Isma, she was described as being kind. She also appears to be some sort of weird plant life form, but there's no information on where she's from or what her powers were. The 5 Great Knights play an important role in the
How did she
chain where
die?
she's
Is she a plant or is she trapped there?
from or what her powers were. The 5 Great Knights play an important role in the Champion's Call, the Knotted Grove, and the Battle of the Black Worm. We have no idea what these events were or how they affected Hallownest, but they sound cool nonetheless. During Hallownest's reign, there was another strange area that seemed to exist separate from the Pale King's rule. Carved out of the corpse of an ancient bug, an area called the Colosseum of Fools was constructed, and it was a destination for warriors from outside Hallownest. The sole purpose for fighting in the Colosseum.
This is my favorite place other than the Mantis tribe area. Like everyone in the background, the way they have animated those bugs cheering and like just having a fucking jolly fun time. That's so funny.
Appeared to be simply for glory, with a mysterious figure known as the Lord Fool overseeing the combat. We don't know when the Colosseum was constructed or if the Pale King was involved, but one of his servants, the Pale King, was
There are so many bugs.
constructed or if the Pale King was involved, but one of his servants, the Pale Lurker, became a champion in the Colosseum, perhaps indicating the Pale King's approval. And finally there was the Royal Waterways, where the fecal excrement of the kingdom was washed out into the fungal wastes. This area saw the rise of a species of parasite-like creatures called the Flukes. The Flukes spawned from the Fluke Marm, a giant monster with cavities in which tinier Flukes live. There really isn't too much lore involved with the Flukes, but I do need to point out that the Fluke Marm is canonically a MILF. Like, that's not even debatable. The sky is blue, 2 + 2 = 4, and we all want to fuck this thing. And so this was the kingdom of Hallownest at its height. Hallownest was a vast kingdom connected by a network of stagways and tram stations. The bugs of Hallownest mourned their dead on the resting grounds, engaged in commerce using Geo, the de facto currency of the region, and a thriving capital located in the middle of the kingdom. The Pale King had succeeded in crafting a full-blown society, but we all know there are pitfalls to living in a society. As the suspiciously knowledgeable Hunter points out in his journal, the Pale King had created as a
Is that
suspicious
how Hunter looks? Wow. He also looks like a worm.
knowledgeable Hunter points out in his journal, the Pale King had created a population of weak and pathetic creatures. The bugs of Hallownest did not hunt for their own food and had become complacent with their comfort. This is even more obvious with the east wing of the capital. These greedy members of Hallownest's high society became complete cowards, obsessed with riches and plum from excess wealth. The bugs living in Hallownest Prime looked quite different than
I wonder if I killed this guy.
from excess wealth. The bugs living in Hallownest Prime looked quite different than the instinctive simpletons they once were. Their savagery had been replaced with intelligence, and through that intellect, they gave the Pale King the devotion and service he desired. And while there were a few snags along the way, they were shining times for the king and his subjects. Resting at the threshold of Hallownest is a strange lore tablet, proclaiming
Alright, beings, these words are for you alone. Beyond this point, you enter the land of King and Creator. Step across the threshold and obey our laws.
Hallownest to be the last and only civilization. It calls Hallownest an eternal kingdom. This appears to have been the Pale King's goal, for Hallownest to stand against a wasted world as a final beacon for civilization. And that was the Pale King's ultimate folly, to think that he could succeed where so many others had failed before. Long before the Pale Kings or the Barry Bensons of the world, the land of Hallownest was controlled by an ancient caste. Hints of Hallownest history are littered throughout the land, with the most notable examples being the Soul Totems and Arcane Eggs. One sect of these ancient bugs didn't worship a god like the Pale King or any lord, but instead a dark and mysterious substance known as the Void. This ancient caste once also tried to lay claim to the entire land of Hallownest, but they too failed. In his quest to conquer all of Hallownest, the Pale King had made an enemy long forgotten, an enemy that was about to be remembered. His quest to conquer claim to the entire land of Hallownest, but they too failed. In his quest to conquer
Where is this place? It looks like Radiance, but yeah.
For all of Hallownest, the Pale King had made an enemy long forgotten, an enemy that was about to be remembered. I mentioned earlier that the Moth tribe entirely forgot about the Radiants in order to worship the Pale King, but that isn't quite true. Memories of her still lingered, and hushed whispers of faith kept the Radiants alive. At the summit of the Crystal Peak, a location known as Hallownest Crown, a strange collection of glyphs can be found. Joining these glyphs is a statue of the Radiants, presiding over the kingdom below. This old summit is the sole standing shrine left to the Radiants. This was built in order to keep the memory of the Radiants alive. The Radiants' light began to appear in the dreams of Hallownest citizens. This light manifested itself in an infection that ravaged through the kingdom's tunnels. Those infected would fall.
Motherfucker, fuck this Radiance guy. When I first played the game, the tables calling for higher being felt like it was talking to player, like player is a higher being controlling the night and these characters are just sparks, almost like breaking the fourth wall, but it was just me. Actually no, even I was thinking that like they're just calling to the player, but I guess higher beings, they meant other creatures who were also intelligent.
Into a deep sleep in the dreams
fuck this Radiance guy, motherfucker.
Of Hallownest citizens. This light manifested itself in an infection that ravaged through the kingdom's tunnels. Those infected would fall. Light began to.
Did he talk about it?
Was built in order to keep the memory of the Radiants alive. The Radiance's light began to appear in the dreams of Hallownest citizens. This light manifested itself in an infection that ravaged through the kingdom's tunnels. Those infected would fall into a deep sleep and awaken with broken minds. Some of the lesser bugs tried to resist the Radiance's light, which only resulted in them being consumed by it even more so. Many infected bugs lost their wills and began attacking bugs that weren't infected. The infection also twisted the bodies of its hosts, causing them to bloat and occasionally develop orange cysts on their bodies. For many victims, they were reverted back to their basic instincts, carrying out the duties they once fulfilled in life, but now as mindless slaves. Those caught up in the infection were linked into the Radiance's hive mind, allowing her to control their bodies if needed. As the infection spread across Hallownest, many groups looked to solutions to fight off the Radiance's light. The gates to the City of Tears were closed in an attempt to keep the infection from reaching the city. The stagways were also shut down at some point, and many of the stags eventually died out, but some took more proactive efforts against the infection. The scholars of the Soul Sanctum decided to harness the power of Soul in an attempt to fight the infection. This resulted in the deaths of hundreds of bugs, whose souls were sucked out and injected into the bodies of the scholars. Their goal was to achieve some kind of pure focus, which would somehow protect them from plagues of the mind. The scholar's leader, the Soul Master, was driven mad by the sheer power of Soul, and his entire sect failed to avoid infection. But hey, at least they took as many innocent people down with them as they could. The Mantis tribe, showing a stronger will than the common bug, were able to stave off the infection. However, one of the 4 Mantis lords turned against his sisters. He and his followers took in the infection willingly, as it gave them more strength and courage. At some point during all this, the Traitor Lord and his followers were exiled from the Mantis village, eventually taking up residence in the Queen's Gardens. The Traitor Lord's daughter ended up dying at some point. This is the same Mantis that was in a The Traitor Lord's daughter ended
I think I did meet her. I am not sure.
up dying at some point. This is the same Mantis that was in a relationship with Zamir, one of the 5 Great Knights. But the Mantises rejected their union because of Zamir's outsideness.
I wonder if she was infected, since Trader Lord was infected as well. I also have a question. If Trader Lord was exiled after being infected, how was he able to have a daughter and like build a whole tribe and everything else? Mantis have the aura, not even Radiance can control them. Yeah, Mantis fucking rule. But yeah, I wonder. First thing, if she was infected, and second thing, if they were infected, how the fuck were they able to make a tribe outside?
Mantis that was in a relationship with Zamir, one of the 5 great knights. But the Mantises rejected their union because of Zamir's outsideness. As a gamer, this type of prejudice is all too familiar, and honestly, it makes me sick. With the 5 great knights completely useless to fight against the infection, the Pale King devised his own scheme. A scheme involving a strange substance known as Void. As I mentioned earlier, the Pale King's White Palace was built in an area called the Ancient Basin, but his castle wasn't the only noteworthy thing down there. At the bottom of the Ancient Basin was the entrance to a pit known as the Abyss.
Okay.
Within the Abyss was a lake composed of void. The Pale King realized that this void could be given form, as evidenced by an imprint of such deep within the Abyss, possibly left there by the ancient civilization that predated Hallownest. The Pale King devised a workshop in his palace, where he placed void in armor shells imbued with soul.
Wow, he did so much things.
Left there by the ancient civilization, as evidenced by an imprint of such deep within the Abyss, possibly left there by the ancient civilization that predated Hallownest. The Pale King devised a workshop in his palace, where he placed void in armor shells imbued with soul, creating servants known as King's Molds and Wing Molds.
Okay, the Trader Lord had the daughter before getting infected, and she went there before infection started. Oh, okay.
These void creatures were somehow imprinted with the desire of the Pale King, so that they would serve him. It isn't clear when the prince known as King
that is how they were formed, huh? The creatures of the void.
Molds and Wing Molds. These void creatures were somehow imprinted with the desire of the Pale King, so that they would serve him. It isn't clear when the Pale King started making these creatures. There is evidence to imply that even common bugs were aware of King's Molds. But the point is, the Pale King turned to the void in order to create another creature, one that he believed could contain the Radiance and her infection. He tried to create a pure vessel. The Radiance's infection needs its host to have a will and a mind in order to enslave it. A pure vessel would be a creature made of void designed to lack those features. The Pale King believed that by harnessing the void inside a pure vessel, he would be able to stop the infection and keep Hallownest lasting eternal. But his method for creating this so-called pure vessel was incredibly cruel. This is where the White Lady and her King Kong-sized libido come into play. These 2 higher beings engaged in a union of some kind, resulting in the creation of several eggs that were dropped down into the Abyss. There, the void seeped into these eggs, corrupting the offspring of the Pale King and the White Lady. This act resulted in the creation of the vessels.
So many of them. Oh my god.
The vessels are not technically considered to be alive. They are shells created from the Pale King and White Lady that have been filled with a void. Within each vessel is a shade, a completely void being hidden behind the face of the vessel. Vessels are also non-gendered, I guess because they're dead or something? I'm not sure if that's how that works, but whatever. I'm not an expert on these kinds of things. I don't work at ICE anymore. Thousands of vessels were
I think he definitely worked at ICE. He has mentioned that twice.
created during this process, but only one was chosen as the pure vessel. This particular vessel, chosen by the Pale King, was deemed the Hollow Knight, and was taken away to the White Palace. But I want to take a bit of a closer look at this part of the story. There are a number of questions and theories surrounding this moment that I really want to dig into. The big question surrounding this moment is,
So... Wow, he is different from us. Okay. When I was first playing it, I thought this is our guy. But now that I see it, he is different. Or maybe he is that guy? I am not sure. Maybe he's just...
why was the Hollow Knight chosen over any other vessel? One common theory is that the Pale King took these vessels back to the White Palace and evaluated them using his giant collection of buzzsaws. This theory is probably the least likely explanation. It kinda exists just to explain the buzzsaws, which is quite the mystery, I'll admit, but doesn't really mesh with the vessels very well. How does being good at Super Meat Boy prove that you are a worthy vessel? With the vessels
I do remember this part. Yep.
very well. How does being good at Super Meat Boy prove that you are a worthy vessel? And while thinking about logistics in a game about magic bugs is never a good idea, how exactly did the Pale King transfer these thousands of vessels to his palace without characters like the Dung Defender finding out? So this means that the Pale King probably made his decision without taking any of the vessels out of the Abyss. So how did the Pale King make his evaluation? I think the best explanation comes from a theory I originally heard from a user named Golden Flower Fan. Basically, the vessels were hatched down at the bottom of the Abyss, and the first one to make it to the top was chosen by the Pale King. In a memory of this event, we see vessels falling from above back down into the pit of the Abyss. Perhaps these vessels weren't being cast down into the Abyss, but fell while trying to escape out of it. The lore tablet outside the Abyss appears to support this theory.
Higher being, these words are for you alone. Our pure vessel has ascended. Beyond lies only the refuse and regret of its creation. Okay.
It reads, "Our pure vessel has ascended. Beyond lies only the refuse and regret of its creation. We shall enter that place no longer." This tablet was likely written right after the Hollow Knight was chosen, considering that is when the entrance to the Abyss was sealed off. The tablet proclaims that the pure vessel has ascended, or in other words, climbed out of the Abyss. And while cut content should never be considered canon, I would just like to point out that an earlier version of this tablet, found in the game's code, was even more explicit about this. It read, "From below, our pure vessel has ascended." But how does making it to the
I have a question though. Why did the pure vessel even decide to actually take all of this upon himself? Like, why did he choose to get sacrificed?
top of the Abyss first prove that the Hollow Knight is somehow a perfectly hollow vessel? Well, I think this whole concept might just be a misconception. What if the Hollow Knight wasn't any different from the other vessels? All the vessels were made in the exact same way after all. The idea that the Hollow Knight was somehow more hollow than the other vessels comes from the fact that there were so many vessels created in the first place. If they only needed one, then why create so goddamn many? I mean, this is like Octomom on steroids. Well, these are bugs we're talking about, so it would make sense that multiple offspring would come from one egg.
He didn't decide. It was decided for him by Pale King. Okay.
And it might have been a precaution to produce multiple vessels in hopes that at least one would be able to successfully escape the Abyss. Now, another explanation could be that
It's
the
like
Pale
if parents decided their child's marriage.
King just yeeted other vessels that made it to the top first, after determining that they weren't hollow, which would better explain why so many were created. Ultimately, the exact details aren't super important, but I do find it interesting how many different interpretations can be pulled from this part of the lore. After the Hollow Knight was chosen, the Pale King sealed the doorway to the Abyss, leaving the discarded vessels to rot away in darkness. These actions were not After the Hollow Knight was chosen, the Pale King sealed the doorway to the Abyss,
Wow, okay.
leaving the discarded vessels to rot away in darkness. These actions were not taken lightly by the Pale King or the White Lady. Both participants expressed shame in what they did, but saw no other option to save the kingdom. But the vessels weren't the only poor saps sealed away in the Abyss. There's also a lighthouse that was built on top of a naturally formed spire, its light shining down on an ocean of abyss below. Inside was one of the Pale King's royal retainers, who was left in charge of keeping the lighthouse turned on. So this brave soul was willingly sealed in a dark and dangerous tomb for the rest of his life, just so he could not pull a lever. Well, at least he was living with purpose. With the Abyss sealed and the Hollow Knight chosen, the Pale King's plan was beginning to come together.
But why? Okay, I guess they don't have an answer. But why make a lighthouse?
The Hollow and the lever, dangerous tomb house turned on. So this brave soul shining down on an ocean of abyss below. Inside was one of the Pale King's royal retainers, who was left in charge of keeping the lighthouse turned on. So this brave soul was willingly sealed in a dark and dangerous tomb for the rest of his life, just so he could not pull a lever. Well, at least he was living with purpose. With the Abyss sealed and the Hollow Knight chosen, the Pale King's plan was beginning to come together. the Hollow Knight was raised and trained to prime form, causing it to grow several times its original size. We don't know exactly why this happened, but I guess the Hollow Knight is just a grower and not a shower. We know that the Hollow Knight was trained to use a nail, but why was this even necessary?
Wait, there is this animation or was this fan-made?
We know that the Hollow Knight was trained to use a nail.
Obviously, we see him fighting this way inside the Black Temple, but yeah, over here he's not infected.
But why was this even necessary? One possible explanation is that the Hollow Knight needed to protect itself in case an intruder tried to kill it. You know, like the player. Or perhaps this was important in the process of containing the radiance. Unfortunately, the details of that are never fully explained.
The Abyss is its own entity. The lighthouse was there to keep the Abyss from coming up. The Abyss infected the egg of the king and the queen. Okay. Oh, now it makes sense.
The Hollow Knight might have somehow focused the radiance inside itself, but Team Cherry gives us no explanation. Unfortunately, the details of that are never fully to kill it. You know, like the player. Or perhaps this was important in the process of containing the radiance. Unfortunately, the details of that are never fully explained. The Hollow Knight might have somehow focused the radiance inside itself, but Team Cherry gives us no explanation of how that might have worked. But that still wasn't enough for the Pale King. Additional seals were needed in order to protect the Hollow Knight's physical body while the radiance was trapped inside of it. To achieve this,
So we have no idea how it happened, right? Is that what he's saying?
in case an intruder tried to kill it, you know,
Non-infected Hollow Knight is a DLC boss. Oh, to stop Radiance they used a bigger evil, Abyss.
like the player.
Oh.
Or perhaps this was important in the process of containing the radiance. Unfortunately,
I keep missing
or
this
perhaps
line.
this was important. Intruder tried to kill it, you know, like the player. Or perhaps this was important in the process of containing the radiance.
Okay.
Unfortunately,
Basically
the
us
details
killing
of that are never fully explained.
Killing him?
The Hollow Knight might have somehow focused the radiance inside itself, but Team Cherry gives us no explanation of how that might have worked. But that still wasn't enough for the Pale King. Additional seals were needed in order to protect the Hollow Knight's physical body while the radiance was trapped inside of it. To achieve this, the Pale King sought the help of 3 particular bugs, who would later be known as the Dreamers: Lurien the Watcher, Motomon the Teacher, and Hera the Beast. Lurien is definitely the most mysterious of the 3 Dreamers. He lived in the Watcher's Spire in the City of Tears. From there, Lurien watched over the city with his telescope. Lurien was a pretty big fan of the king, so it probably took little convincing for him to lie down for him. Lurien might also be tied to another strange incident that occurred in the City of Tears. Hidden on some of Lurien's lore tablets are images of jars, the same jars that can be found stockpiled in the Tower of Love. This building sits on the outskirts of the city, and is the setting of one of the most bizarre bosses in the game, the Collector. The Collector is a void construct that appears to have been made from the same mold used to create the King's molds. But the Collector is unique because, well,
Good grief, he's naked!
The Collector stayed in the Tower of Love with a noble bug who likely owned the establishment. In the tower, a number of bugs can be found captured in jars, implying that these two were tasked with collecting these creatures. However, the Collector somehow became obsessed with grubs, creating a map to keep track of grubs it captured in jars, as well as keeping a strange shrine displaying a grub in the style of the Vitruvian man. Eventually, the bug staying with the Collector decided to lock it inside the Tower of Love, and fled to the Queen's Gardens, where it died, likely due to overexposure to the void. Despite being locked up in the tower, the Collector is still spotted by the Hunter at some point, which either means this only happened recently, or the Hunter has been farting around in Hallownest for a long ass time. We have no idea what these creatures were trying to do. It's implied that the Collector was trying to preserve the creatures of Hallownest, perhaps trying to protect them from the spread of the infection, but we don't know where the Collector's obsession with grubs originated, and while Lurien does seem connected to all of this, we don't know how involved he was with this operation, or what its end goal exactly was. Motomon the Teacher lived in the Teacher's Archives, a library built atop a lake of acid in the Fog Canyon. The lower half of her body consists of tentacles, making her a popular subject for the thriving Hollow Knight R34 community. The archives and the Fog Canyon as a whole are also filled with these strange Metroid knockoffs. These creatures are likely related to Monomon in some way. They could be her live offspring, her test tube babies, or possibly even her shit. Motomon uses futuristic cathode ray tube things to store information about Hallownest. Several terminals in the teacher's archive go into detail about the Pale King's plan to defeat the Radiants, indicating that Motomon had intimate knowledge of what she was taking part in. Finally, the Pale King sought the help of Hera the Beast, the Queen of Deepnest. Now, as I mentioned earlier,
The Queen of Deepnest. Isn't this person the one we kill and then Hornet comes in? Basically Hornet's mother? If that is what is implied. So even though Deepnest and Hollownest were rivals, basically, or enemies, Hera, the Queen of Deepnest, actually wanted to help.
relations between Hallownest and Deepnest were kinda not great. Unlike the other two dreamers, Hera needed to be convinced in order to help the Pale King. Hera would eventually agree to become a dreamer in exchange for a child. The Pale King agreed, and the two engaged in a dalliance, which is a fancy way of saying they totally boned. The White Lady was okay with this arrangement. In fact, she might have been watching from the closet. The motive behind Hera's request is never elaborated on, but it appears as though the King of Deepnest was dead at this point. Hera was a common bug, so perhaps she desired the Pale King's pale seed so that her child could be of high birth. The bargain between Hera and the pale seed, Hera was a common bug, but it appears as though the King of Deepnest was dead at this point. Hera was a common bug, so perhaps she did so the King of
Deepnest. Okay.
Deepnest was dead at this point. Hera was a common bug, so perhaps she desired the Pale King's pale seed so that her child could be of high birth. The bargain between Hera and the Pale King resulted in the birth of Hornet.
What a cutie.
She became known as the gendered child, because unlike the Pale King's other children, Hornet was not hollowed out by the Abyss. Hera and Hornet spent little time together, as Hera had to make good on her end of the bargain. And so the three dreamers were put to rest. Through their actions, a seal was placed over the black egg, prohibiting entrance into the chamber. These dreamers also had their own protection. At the base of Lurian's spire, the Watcher Knights guarded access to their master's body. Motomon's body was protected by a giant jellyfish named Umu. On top of this, Motomon entrusted her servant Quirrell with a mask which would be required to break an additional seal she had placed over herself. So she basically is double wrapping herself. As for Hera, we're not really sure what mask which would be on top of this, Motomon entrusted her servant Quirrell with a mask which would be required to break an additional seal she had placed over herself. So she basically is double wrapping herself. As for Hera, we're not really sure what protected her, since it is never actually seen in-game. We don't know where this creature is hiding, since
Who is this person? Who is this? Is that just a monument, a bug, or the King of the Deepnest, or what is that? Or is that Hera herself?
it is never actually seen in-game. We don't know where this creature is hiding, but whoever it is, they really suck at their job. Now there appears to be one more element to the Pale King's plan, involving the Weavers. Hidden away in the Weaver's den is an incomplete seal of binding, woven from silk. This design prominently features the Hollow Knight's head, and can be found in the White Palace, as well as blocking the exit during the Hollow Knight fight. Silk spools created by the Weavers can be found in the Stag Station in Deepnest, as well as the Stag Station next to the White Palace. These spools can also be found in the Pale King's workshop. We know that the Weavers were closely tied to Hera and Hornet, so their actions might have been a part of the deal between the Pale King and Hera. Once the Hollow Knight was ready, the Radiance was somehow channeled into the vessel, which was then placed inside of a giant. The Radiance was somehow channeled into the vessel, which was then placed inside of a giant black egg located channel between the Pale King and Hera. Once the Hollow Knight was ready, the Radiance was somehow channeled into the vessel, which was then placed inside of a giant black egg located in the Forgotten Crossroads. This egg was built to sustain the Hollow Knight, and itself appears to be fashioned from void. The Hollow Knight was chained up, and the entrance to the black egg was locked behind a powerful seal created by the three dreamers. Initially,
Wow.
this convoluted plan
I have a question though. How the fuck was Radiance so strong? What? He single-handedly almost killed everyone.
actually worked, and the infection was successfully contained. Memorials to the Hollow Knight and the Dreamers were erected in the City of Tears and the Resting Grounds. But this is the part of the story where things get a little bit hazy. By the time these statues were constructed, citizens had taken to writing on parchment woven from spider silk, which was all destroyed when water started pouring down onto the city. We don't know how long the Hollow Knight was able to completely contain the infection. Bugs from Dirtmouth used to go to the Temple of the Black Egg to pray, saying they felt at peace within the walls. But after a while, they stopped going, perhaps indicating that the infection was beginning to leak out again. The infectious air continued to seep through Hallownest for years, eventually even reaching the deepest parts of the kingdom. As it turns out, the Pale King's pure vessel wasn't quite so pure after all. The Hollow Knight had been tarnished by an idea instilled. While the game never explicitly tells us what that idea was, it does hint strongly at what it might be. Hidden away in the White Palace is a memory showing the Hollow Knight and the Pale King sharing a moment. The Hollow Knight might have developed a parental bond to the Pale King, and who could blame it? The Pale King is a pretty great dad after all. You know, if you ignore the infanticide and everything. Remember those smug mushroom dickheads? Well, it turns out their trust in the Pale King was a complete mistake. That shared mind isn't looking too good now, is it? In the fungal core, the corpse of a giant mushroom lies dormant. Its final thoughts were, "Pale worm, what good to see a demise unavoidable?" This could imply that the Pale King always knew that his kingdom was doomed. All he could do was delay the inevitable. This is likely the moment when Hallownest as it once was,
Where the fuck did these mushrooms come in randomly? What? What the
entirely
fuck?
inevitable. Remember those smug mushroom dickheads? Well, it turns out their trust in the Pale King was a complete mistake.
I think he wanted to say, well, it turns out their distrust in the Pale King was a complete mistake, right? Because the mushrooms didn't want to be with anywhere near Pale King. So I think he wanted to say distrust.
That shared mind isn't looking too good now, is it? In the fungal core, the corpse of a giant mushroom lies dormant. Its final thoughts were, "Pale worm, what good to see a demise unavoidable?" This could imply that the Pale King always knew that his kingdom was doomed. All he could do was delay the inevitable. This is likely the moment when Hallownest as it once was entirely collapsed.
Okay.
The Hollow Knight had not completely stopped the infection, and while it may have taken a while, Hallownest was eventually brought low. It's at this point that characters and areas begin to resemble as we know them in-game. When it became clear that the Hollow Knight was not able to contain the Radiance, the Pale King resorted to his final plan. He fucked off, hiding himself, his White Palace, and his Pale Court in the Dream World. At this point, all of the furniture in the palace was covered under white sheets, similar to how people in the real world cover their furniture while away on long trips. The palace was also completely covered with thorns and buzzsaws.
So the king ended up going ahead and hiding in the dream world. And isn't the dream world controlled by the Radiance? What is going on?
Similar to how people in the real world cover their houses with thorns and buzzsaws. The Pale King would eventually pass away while sitting on his throne in the White Palace. There's no confirmation on what killed him, but there are a few things to
What? How the fuck did he go inside the dream world?
consider. Palace and his final plan. He fucked off, hiding himself, his White Palace, and his Pale Court in the Dream World. At this point,
Okay.
world
See,
with
some
thorns
of
and
that.
buzzsaws, similar to how people in the real world cover their houses with thorns and buzzsaws. The Pale King would eventually pass away while sitting on his throne in the White Palace. There's no confirmation on what killed him, but there are a few things to consider. The throne room is incredibly dark compared to the rest of the palace, and the particle effects and ambient track in this room are identical to that of the Abyss. All of the king's molds surrounding the Pale King are dead. The ancient basin itself also has become stained with the presence of void, as it can be seen as high as the rundown elevator shaft leading back to the city. Remember that bug that was sealed away in the abyss to make sure the lighthouse wasn't turned off? Well, the lighthouse was turned off. I guess that whole living with purpose thing is a crock of shit after all. It seems as though the Sea of Void itself actually convinced this bug to betray his king and turn off the lighthouse. Now I know what you're thinking. Exactly how conscious is...
At the beginning of the video is mentioned that all higher beings have access to Dreamworld, but some have it more than others. Oh yeah, now he mentioned it. Okay, now it makes sense. Okay.
Is the Void? Is the Void able to think for itself? Can it form strategies? Does it host a podcast? Well, according to this Chozo statue ripoff, the Void is powerful, but...
The statue is very cool. I think out of all the statues inside the game, this one is the coolest. It just looks so out of place, like it's something very, very sinister, but
not unified. So while it can thrash around at things that come near it, or call out in unison to turn off a light, it's not a single conscious being. Getting back to the Pale King, one could argue that the Void might have played a role in his ultimate demise, and I've argued that viewpoint in the past, but we have to remember that there isn't enough evidence to know for sure. As an expert lawyer and a good friend of mine, Johnny Cochran, once said, "Any evidence that the Void was involved in the Pale King's death is circumstantial." My name is Johnny Cochran. Just above the White Palace, the bugs in the City of Tears weren't faring much better. Even if we ignore the fact that the infection was still around, there were other issues that helped lead to the city's downfall. Due to the gates being sealed, some bugs resorted to cannibalism in order to avoid starvation. And there's also that metric bugs resorted to...
I remember this part. They were eating bugs or each other. In Metroid, they are called Chozo. That's why he called it. That's why he said Chozo ripoff. Oh.
Cannibalism in order to avoid starvation. And there's also that metric fuckton of corpses lining the walls of the Soul Sanctum. When all was said and done, the only citizen left standing is a...
Oh yeah, this is that lady. Yep, I remember her.
Colonel Emelita, who just laughs her ass off about it like she's a fucking Dark Souls character. The White Lady ends up in a cocoon deep within the Queen's gardens. She decided to place the White...
I wonder if we actually
Lady
fight
just
her. I
laughs...
don't remember if I actually fought and killed her or whatever. No, we didn't kill her. Okay, we can just talk to her and go on the backside and go to what? The Love Nest or whatever that's called. I think that is
her ass off about it like she's a fucking Dark Souls character. The White Lady ends up in a cocoon deep within the Queen's gardens. She decided to place bindings on herself in order to keep her from spreading her seed. She claims that this is because of the shame she feels in helping the Pale King create the vessels. But honestly, it's probably just her kink. The White Lady also diminished her power, possibly as a way to keep herself hidden from unwanted visitors. Outside her cocoon, Drya stood guard, protecting her queen from the violent traitor mantises. Drya is eventually killed off by these bugs, which is actually pretty pathetic if you think about it. I mean, we're talking like the Netgear WPN824N N150 wireless router pathetic. Speaking of great knights dying pathetically, let's move on to Hagemul. Hagemul held the city crest, a key used to open one of the gates to the City of Tears. At some point, Hagemul's armor shell was stolen by a maggot. Now, maggots were generally looked down upon and forced to do menial labor. They were incredibly weak, and basically deserved all of the discrimination they got. But this one maggot decided to turn the tide, so he stole Hagemul's shell so that he could defend his downtrodden brothers. His actions weren't motivated by the infection, but instead was the result of how hierarchical caste systems...
Poor guy. I did feel bad about these guys.
...will always lead to revolution from the working class, and that true freedom can only be achieved blah blah blah, capitalism is bad, subscribe to my Patreon. Ogre moved to the Royal Waterways and started living in shit, changing his name to Dung Defender. Now I love wallowing in shit as much as the next guy, but you'd have to really love shit to put up with living with the flukes. The Dung Defender kept an unwavering sense of duty and loyalty to the king, and love for his fellow knights. So much so that he made shit statues of them. How nice. Ogrim acted as the defender of the pipeways, as well as Isma's Grove, a section.
Is there Isma? Which one is Isma? This one maybe?
Ogrim acted as the defender of the pipeways, as well as Isma's Grove. A section of the royal waterways became filled with acid, and in the middle of it all rests Isma's corpse, which has been overcome by plant life. Isma is likely the one responsible for this acid blight, but we have no idea what happened to her. Hornet's whereabouts during this time are fairly mysterious. We know that she departed Deep Nest and didn't return until the events of the game. At some point, she took to guarding Halnest from intruding warriors, as well as the cast-off shell in the Kingdom's Edge. Despite the Kingdom's woes at large, fortunately this fate did not befall one of the fandom's favorite characters. The Menderbugs continued to fix the broken signs and wayposts of Halnest. From a diary entry, we can see that one Menderbug in particular had found himself on the precipice of a long and loving relationship.
Hello again, diary.
The precipice of
I haven't met this character, but I did get spoiled by a reel that there is a Menderbug whom you can meet if you do very specific things. I didn't meet him, I think.
a long and loving relationship.
Hello again, diary. Not long now until the next Minder Bash. For us stealthy types, we're a riotous bunch when we get together, and Minderberry kept flashing me that smile. It might be time to muster my courage and act on it. I love my home and my life, but sharing it with another? Why, that'd be the berry on top.
Greenpath also underwent some changes during this time. The Mosskin were waiting for Un's call, which would bring them back into the dream they were originally born from. But for some reason, Un's strength deteriorated. We don't know why this happened exactly. Was it due to the White Lady claiming part of her kingdom? Was it somehow due to the infection? Some Mosskin believe that Un went into hiding, but it appears as though Un is, in fact, calling to her children. But many of the Mosskin are unable to hear her call. Instead, many Mosskin seem to have taken the Radiance's infection into their leaves, which might explain why Greenpath became overgrown with vegetation despite Un's deteriorating powers. Mossy vagabonds even openly chose to forsake Un and worship the Radiance. Another tribe to be screwed over by the Radiance is the Hive and worship the Radiance.
Mossy vagabonds. Okay.
Another tribe to be screwed over by the Radiance is the Hive, which fell to the infection after the death of their leader, Hive Queen Vespa. But it appears as though this had little effect on their civilization. The Radiance's hive mind was already familiar to the bees, since the Hive probably operated under something similar already. So in other words, the Hive probably made out the best in this whole situation.
Okay.
Let's turn our attention back to the moths. After all, it's their god that keeps killing everybody. Well, the moth tribe didn't fare too well actually, as pretty much the entire tribe died out. The only known survivor is the seer. Despite the loss of her tribe, the seer continued to tend to the graves in the resting grounds, while also waiting the arrival of the wielder, a mysterious being that her tribe has dreamt of for a while. In the Kingdom's Edge, the land.
Why were they dreaming about, what? Aren't they the one who
The only known
worshipped-
survivor is the seer, as it's their god that keeps killing everybody. Turn our attention back to the moths. After all, it's their god that keeps killing everybody. Well, the moth tribe didn't fare too well actually, as pretty much the entire tribe died out. The only known survivor is the seer. Despite the loss of her tribe, the seer continued to tend to the graves in the resting grounds, while also waiting the arrival of the wielder, a mysterious being that her tribe has dreamt of for a while. In the Kingdom's Edge, the land became covered in ash molting off of the worm's decomposing corpse. The Colosseum of Fools continued to thrive. The Lord Fool passed away at some point, but nobody really seems to notice or even care. The fools inside the Colosseum were infected, but still seem to have maintained control.
The fools inside the Colosseum were infected. They were infected? Really? I thought they weren't. That is cool.
Control over themselves. It seems possible that these bugs took in the infection willingly, similar to the Traitor Lord and his followers. This would have given them an edge in combat, similar to using steroids, but without the whole shrinking testicles thing. However, even the Traitor Lord and his followers went mad, so what makes these fools any more special? As for the Pale King's champion, the Pale Lurker, well, she just went the normal kind of insane. There appears to have been another unforeseen event with the Pale King's plan. When the Hollow Knight was originally chosen, the door to the Abyss was sealed, trapping the discarded vessels within. But apparently, some vessels didn't get the memo. Vessel corpses can be found littered throughout the kingdom. There's one in the Ancient Basin, one in Green Path, and several trapped in Nosk's lair in Deep Nest. Another vessel that escaped from the Abyss is the player character, the Knight. The exact details on how the vessels escaped the Abyss is unclear. There are indications that they might have slipped into Deep Nest through some old passageway, given void influences in part of the area, and all the corpses found in Nosk's lair. At some point, all entrances to Hollow Nest were closed off, with the old well and Earthmouth being the only way to sneak back in. Despite this, several people have wormed their way into the kingdom, with few ever returning. Characters like Relic Seeker Lem seemed content to just pillage artifacts from the ruined kingdom, but other bugs seemed interested in something greater. In the Howling Cliffs rests the corpse of a member of the Grim Troop. The task of this bug appears to have been to seek out Hollow Nest, so that the troop might be summoned to the kingdom in the future. The Grim Troop are basically a group of bugs that serve a higher being known as the Nightmare Heart. The troop keeps the heart alive by feeding.
I haven't played this part. I wonder if I should actually skip it.
On the nightmares of fallen kingdoms.
I'll just play the game regardless.
This process, the troop keeps the heart alive by feeding on the nightmares of fallen kingdoms. This process also involves sacrificing the troop master to his own child because...
It also involves sacrificing the troop master, his own child.
Hey, look at this cool ass boss battle. Another important group that traveled to Hollow Nest are the God Seekers. After being abandoned by their old gods, the gods of thunder and the gods of rain, these bugs left their home in the land of storms, seeking out a new god to worship. The God Seekers looked to gods to save them from their own silent mind. While traveling through the wastelands, the God Seekers constructed devices called God Tuners, which helped them seek out new gods. Through this device, they were able to detect the lingering power of the Pale King and find their way to Hollow Nest.
Wow.
When they arrived, however, the God Seeker was forced into hibernation. She was encased in a strange sarcophagus-like cocoon. God Seeker
There was only single God Seeker? Okay. So this way they were able to take this.
Pale King and find their way to Hollow Nest. When they arrived, however, the God Seeker was forced into hibernation. She was encased in a strange sarcophagus-like cocoon, which was itself chained up with a lock. It's not clear how this forced hibernation worked, seeing as the cocoon appears to have been made by the God Seeker herself. As for who put the cocoon in chains, I think the most likely candidate is the Dung Defender, considering how the God Seeker's cocoon is found in the junk pit in the waterways, an area the Dung Defender has tasked himself with protecting. This was the general picture of Hollow Nest after the Hollow Knight was sealed inside the Temple of the Black Egg.
Okay.
The kingdom was stuck in a kind of stasis, with the Pale King civilization destroyed and the Radiance unable to break free from her chains. The Pale King was rebelling against nature, trying to keep his work standing indefinitely. The stasis over Hollow Nest held for an age. How long is that exactly? Well, we have no idea. As I'm sure you've noticed, there really isn't a timeline for anything that happens in this game. We also have no idea how long any of these bugs can actually live. Elderbug wasn't around to see the stagways open, but we know several other characters were, implying that Elderbug is probably one of the youngest characters in the whole game. But this stasis over Hollow Nest wasn't going to last forever. At some point, the Radiance erupted out of the Hollow Knight, cracking its shell and releasing a loud and powerful roar. At
some point the Radiance erupted out of the Hollow Knight.
The Hollow Knight, cracking its shell and releasing a loud and powerful roar.
This happens after we defeat Broken Vessel.
The amount of infection leaking out of the Hollow Knight became even greater. The many corpses that lined the roads and cities of the kingdom sprang to life with the amplified power of the infection. This strengthened infection prompted the departure of the Weavers back to their old home. Now this old home might actually be Farloom, the kingdom in which Hollow Knight Silksong takes place. But the infection prompted the departure of the Weavers back to their old home. Now this old...
The graphics of Silksong look so fucking beautiful. It's like a completely different way of presentation.
Old home might actually be Farloom, the kingdom in which Hollow Knight Silksong takes place. But the amount of knowledge we have about Silksong right now is pathetic, so I'm not saying that's confirmed or anything. This is also around the time that Quirrell
At last the path ahead is clear. I shall step into the land of dreams, of dangers and wonders.
arrives back in Hallownest.
Eternal kingdom become.
His memory of Motomon appears. This is also around the time that Quirrell arrives back in Hallownest. His memory of Motomon appears to have been clouded due to his time outside of Hallownest. These events are depicted in the Quirrell prequel comic, which also shows an image of the Hollow Knight with a pre-cracked shell. This could mean that Quirrell's arrival happens roughly the same time the Hollow Knight's shell cracks. At around the same time Quirrell arrives in Hallownest, we also see the arrival of the player character, who is commonly referred to as the Knight. The Knight was one of the lucky vessels that was able to make its way out of the abyss. Somehow the Knight ended up venturing beyond Hallownest and into the wilds beyond. It's implied that the Knight was called to Hallownest by either the sealed Hollow Knight or the Radiants within. Regardless, once the Knight shows up and yeets itself off this glyph, the actual game of Hollow Knight finally begins.
Okay. Up until this point, I have to say, holy fuck, the lore is so crazy, but so interesting. It's almost like reading mythologies.
Now, there's a lot of details we could get into. Hallownest is full of NPCs and bosses, each with their own stories to tell. But to be honest, I don't think we need to go through all of them, since their stories are relatively straightforward. For example, let's look at the Brooding Moloch. So why is the Brooding Moloch brooding? Because all its friends are dead. And there you go, that's the lore for the Brooding Moloch. Also, it's the only character in the game with a visible asshole. Now, did you really need me to explain that to you? Probably not. So instead, I'm just going to talk about the interactions relating to Hollow Knight's main story. The Knight is eventually noticed by Hornet, who lures it deep into Greenpath. There, Hornet attempts to kill the Knight, claiming that she knows what it would try to do. At this point, Hornet views the Knight as being too weak. After the fight, Hornet can be found in the City of Tears, next to the statue of the Hollow Knight. Hornet can be found in the City of Tears, next to the statue of the Hollow Knight. Hornet mentions that the Knight has gained a resilience, due to the time it spent in the void beyond Hallownest. This could be referring to the fact that some of those who leave Hallownest lose their memories, meaning the Knight would have no memories of its own tragic conception. Hornet tells the Knight that if it seeks to continue the stasis that keeps Hallownest standing, it must seek the Graven Ash, which is referring to the Kingdom's Edge. At this moment, Hornet sees the Knight as a possible replacement for the Hollow Knight. Basically, the Knight could break the seals that keep the Hollow Knight locked away, defeat the Hollow Knight, and contain the infection itself.
Okay.
It's at this point that I should mention that Hollow Knight actually has 5 different endings.
5? I've only seen 2. 1, 2. Yep, 1 and 2. I have no idea about these, and this is okay.
Because of course it would. I'm going to be explaining each of these endings in this video, as they each give us a different glimpse into the mechanics of Hollow Knight's world. Now, to get the easiest ending to Hollow Knight, Hornet's instructions to go to the Kingdom's Edge can be ignored completely. If the Knight stumbles upon the resting grounds, the 3 dreamers will appear and cast the Knight into the Dream Realm. There, Seer will come to the Knight's rescue and grant it the Dream Nail, a special blade that can tear the veil between the real world and the dream world. With the Dream Nail, the Knight can venture to the resting places of the 3 dreamers, curb stomp their asses, and unlock the entrance to the Black Egg. Inside the egg, the Knight crafts a special there the Kingdom's Edge can be ignored completely. The easiest
ending to
Hollow Knight, Hornet's instructions to go to the Kingdom's Edge can be ignored, rescue, and grant. With the Dream Nail, the Knight can venture to the resting places of the 3 dreamers, curb stomp their asses, and unlock the entrance to the Black Egg. Inside the egg, the Knight finds the Hollow Knight chained up, silently watching over it. Once the chains are broken, the Hollow Knight screams with that familiar Radiance roar and pursues the Knight. As the fight progresses, the Hollow Knight starts trying to kill itself, Quirrell style. But then the Radiance starts using the Hollow Knight's body to perform her own attacks. Once defeated, the Hollow Knight begins to spew infection all over the place. The Knight can then focus the infection into itself. This results in the first ending of the game, called Hollow Knight. In this ending, the Knight usurps the Hollow Knight, prolonging the stasis over Hallownest. New chains and bindings appear out of fuck if I know, and contain the Knight, and a new seal is placed over the entrance to the Black Egg. Now there is one giant question looming over this ending. Can the Knight actually contain the infection indefinitely, or will the Radiant still manage to break free one day? Before we answer this question, let's look at some of the other events that can transpire while playing the game. If the player chooses to go to Kingdom's Edge, Hornet will challenge the Knight one last time as a final test of strength. After her defeat, Hornet allows the Knight to access the cast-off shell, where the Pale King was originally hatched. By interacting with this egg, the Knight's shell is marked with the King's brand, technically making the Knight the new ruler of Hallownest. With the King's brand, the Knight can now open the entrance to the Abyss and discover the place of its birth. When leaving the Abyss, the Knight can encounter Hornet again, where for the first time, Hornet suggests that there are actually two outcomes the Knight can enact. She tells the Knight that it can either prolong Hallownest stasis, or face the heart of the Kingdom's infection. Within the Knight, Hornet sees a chance for change. Instead of just replacing the Hollow Knight, Hornet believes that it may be possible to get rid of the infection completely by using the void inside of the Knight. After visiting the Abyss and obtaining the Shade Cloak, the Knight is capable of reaching the White Lady hidden away in the Queen's Gardens. The White Lady tells the Knight that she has been awaiting a vessel to accept a gift, that gift being one half of a charm called the King's Soul, which she claims will give the Knight more power. The White Lady goes on to explain that she can feel the weakening of the Hollow Knight within her roots. She tells the Knight that it is free of the blemishes that made the Hollow Knight a flawed vessel. From this dialogue, it is implied that the Knight truly is a pure vessel, capable of containing the Radiant successfully. But it's not quite that simple, so we're gonna have to dig a bit deeper into this. Basically, we're gonna need to answer a simple question. What exactly does it mean to be a Hollow Knight? Despite the White Lady's words, we have a number of does it mean to be a Hollow Knight?
It refuses to trade. It has a will all its own. Can refuse. Jin will keep waiting until a gift comes. Steel Soul Jin. I don't think I've met him. I am not sure.
Despite the White Lady's words, we have a number of instances where the characters and item descriptions mention that the Knight has a will, and maybe even a mind. But from the Pale mention
After that was hidden within, now unconstrained unifies the void and the bearer's will.
That the Knight has a will, and maybe even a mind. But from the Pale King's dialogue when describing the Hollow Knight, it is stated that a pure vessel has no mind or will. So is the White Lady wrong? Or maybe even lying? Her eyes have been clouded by time, and she can be tricked into thinking that Ogrim is in the room when the Knight is wearing the been clouded by
Son, does another travel with you? Is that you, Ogrim, my mighty knight?
time, and she can be tricked into thinking that Ogrim is in the room when the Knight is wearing the Defender's Crest charm.
I cannot see.
She also thinks that Ogrim is in the room when the Knight is wearing the Defender's
see you, but then time has clouded my eyes and I cannot see much. Even a booming voice falls.
Crest charm. She also thinks that Drya is still alive, which
I'm sure you saw Dry on the way and she stood guard over me for so long. Okay.
So maybe the White Lady is just senile. My problem with that theory is that the White Lady states that the vessel
Only the small one I said, if maybe because I share some piece of myself, this one shines clear upon a misted world.
will stand out to her clearly in a misted world, due to them being her spawn. She also questions whether or not the Knight sought her aid, which would imply that the Knight must have some kind of will. So for whatever reason, the White Lady thinks the Knight is still capable of containing the Radiance, even if it's still able to make decisions. After all, the Hollow Knight was considered pure, but they still taught it how to wield a fucking sword. I mean, if the Knight were truly and completely hollow in a literal sense, it probably shouldn't even be able to walk, or draw a map, or open a goddamn bank account. In short, this whole concept of being hollow is so abstract and hard to define, I don't really feel comfortable giving a solid answer on whether or not the Knight is or isn't truly hollow, and I think the game leaves room open for other interpretations.
Maybe all it means for a Hollow Knight is to be a person who is free of thoughts or memories, either one of those. Because thoughts can easily, like, when you imagine something, most people generally think about something like, for example, an apple. And when you think about it, you can actually somewhat make sense of the shape and the color and everything. Maybe Hollow Knight can read and everything, but he just doesn't indulge with thoughts. Who knows? At least that is my point, my interpretation, because I do meditation, and that is how dreams work for me. For example, if I think about something before I go to sleep, I'm pretty sure I will get a dream about it. But generally, I don't think about anything before I go to sleep because I want deep sleep. So generally, I don't really have any dreams. Basically throughout the year, like let's say if, in 1 year I get probably somewhere around 4 to 6 dreams, and that's it. I don't get any more dreams than that.
Of course, the White Lady's gift is useless without the other half of the King's Soul. In order to reach it, however, the knight must travel to the White Palace, locked inside the body of a King's Mold. In order to bypass the seal, the knight must use a fully awakened Dream Nail.
Okay.
It can do this by bringing 1800 essence to the seer, allowing her to sharpen the weapon's blade. If the knight does this, the seer remarks that the knight truly
What will you do with such a power wielder? Whose memories will you hunt down?
is the wielder that her tribe has been dreaming of. There's no explicit reason why the Moth tribe was dreaming about this supposed wielder so much, but it seems like they believe the wielder would wash away the
Do as you wish, my promise is fulfilled. May the crimes of my tribe be washed away in time like the rest of this kingdom's. Okay.
crimes the Moth tribe committed by turning their backs on the Radiants. The seer seems to know that the knight might kill the Radiants, and she seems accepting of it, ready for her and her tribe to disappear and be forgotten forever. With the awoken dream,
I don't dream often too, but when I do, it's either the most terrifying thing or most nonsense. I guess it's the same thing for me. I guess it's the same.
Dream Nail in hand, the knight can travel to the Pale King's refuge and locate the other half of the King's Soul charm. When equipped, the King's Soul provides a never-ending supply of soul, making it almost useful if it weren't for the insanely high cost of the charm, and the painfully slow rate at which it increases, and the fact that the charm will get replaced in about 5 minutes after you get it. The King's Soul charm itself symbolizes the union between two higher beings. To me, this implies that the King's Soul is a representation of a vessel, which also was created by the union of two higher beings. With the King's Soul in their inventory, the knight now gains access to an area in the abyss called the Birthplace. In this massive pile of vessel shells, the knight can find a giant egg. Dream nailing the egg allows the knight to access its own memory when it was cast down into the abyss. Dream nailing the egg allows
The knight to access its own memory when it was cast down.
the knight to access its own. The knight can find a giant egg. Dream nailing the egg allows the knight to access its own memory when it was cast down into the abyss. From viewing that memory, the King's Soul charm is replaced with the Void Heart charm. The recollection of this event allows the knight to come to terms with the void inside itself. Once the knight has the Void Heart, the shades in the abyss no longer attack it, and that strange creature that gives the knight the Shade Cloak calls it the Lord of Shades. In other words, strange creature that gives the knight the Shade Cloak calls it the Lord
I wonder if this creature was actually alive. The strange creature that gives the knight the Shade Cloak.
of Shades. In other words, the knight has now bound the once fragmented void under its own will, allowing it to control the void in a powerful new way. With the union of the void, the Pale King, and the White Lady, the knight has gained a strength before unseen. It is with this charm that 2 additional endings
Wow, Radiance is that fucking strong? You need like 3 beings?
become unlocked. Hornet will now be standing outside of the black egg. Charm that 2 additional endings become unlocked. Hornet will now be standing outside of the black egg, offering to help the knight should the opportunity arrive. Midway through the fight with the Hollow Knight, Hornet rushes into battle, subduing the Hollow Knight and piercing its shell. It's at this point that the knight is given the perfect opportunity to enter into the mind of its sibling, fighting the source of the infection head on, and finally putting an end to the Radiance's tyranny. Or it can just stand there and let Hornet get knocked unconscious. If the knight finishes off the Hollow Knight as usual, the sealed sibling ending occurs. Basically, it's the same as the Hollow Knight ending. The sealed
I see. The ending I got was this one, the sealed siblings.
sibling ending occurs. Basically, it's the same as the Hollow Knight ending, but now Hornet is in the room too, and her face appears. It's the same as the Hollow Knight ending, but now Hornet is in the room too.
Okay. So I got these 2 endings, the Radiance and this one.
And her face appears on the door of the black egg. It's not clear what exactly this means for Hallownest. This might imply that Hornet is now a dreamer, but she's inside the temple, meaning that no one can actually get in there to kill her should the knight ever start leaking infection. At the same time, Hornet mentions that the bindings of the
I won't be joining you in this. That space is built to sustain your likes. Its binding would drain me were I to join. Okay.
black egg would drain her, so she's probably just going to die anyway, right? Generally, people consider this to be one of the worst endings, but it's worth pointing out that Team Cherry doesn't support
All endings are equally canon. We are not into true endings. You choose the path for yourself. We'll do our best in all future Hollow Knight content to account for all of them.
any one ending as being the true ending.
Okay.
Each ending is canonical in its own right, and honestly, this ending isn't the worst. At least the Knight and Hornet will get to spend some quality time together. If the Knight does dream nail the Hollow Knight, it will be taken to an arena where it can finally fight the Radiants head on. But the Knight isn't alone, as the other shades from the Abyss will appear in order to help corner the Radiants. Eventually the Radiance gets trapped in the tendrils of the Void. The Knight corner the Radiants.
Fuck the
Eventually
Radiance, motherfucker.
The Radiance gets trapped in the tendrils of the Void. The Knight bitch slaps her a couple times, and then the Radiance is consumed into the darkness. The black egg then appears to turn to shadows and the Void seeps down into the ground. Hornet awakens to find the Knight's broken shell lying on the floor. We get one final shot of the shades in the Abyss going to rest, and the game is over. This ending is called the Dream No More ending. The Radiance is gone, and Hallownest is finally free from her infection. Now I think it's fair to ask a few questions about how the Dream No More ending comes about. When the Hollow Knight was initially chosen to become the pure vessel, the Abyss was sealed up, and the rest of the vessels were left to rot away. But somehow, vessels ended up outside of the Abyss, and then one of those vessels was used to replace the Hollow Knight. Exactly how much of this operation was planned, if at all? The White Lady was waiting for a vessel. Did she have any communication with Hornet? Hornet was guarding the Kingsbrand, the only way for a vessel to enter the Abyss. How did she know it was necessary to guard
It looks so
Kingsbrand?
cool with her.
The only way for a vessel to enter the Abyss. How did she know it was necessary to guard the Kingsbrand from weaker vessels? Hell, if the vessels did escape the Abyss by themselves, wouldn't it be pointless to guard the Kingsbrand, since the vessels could just creep back into the Abyss the same way? I'm not going to provide any good answers to these questions, because God forbid I answer anything in this entire video. Good answers to these questions,
What the fuck?
because God forbid I answer
Questions I haven't answered. How did the White Lady get around?
anything in this entire video. But I do want to point out that no plans to actually produce the Dream No More ending are explicitly stated in-game. So we can only speculate as to whether or not the White Lady or Hornet, or maybe even the Pale King, knew that they could defeat the Radiants by creating a Lord of Shades like the Knight. Regardless, the next two endings were definitely not planned. In fact, the last two endings that were added in the Godmaster update almost feel out of place. The Godseekers basically hijack everything to the point where you don't even have to enter the Temple of the Black Egg to beat the game. That's like beating Mario Bros without ever seeing Bowser. But on the other hand, the Godmaster endings basically reinforce that Hallownest does not exist in a vacuum, which can help the world of Hollow Knight feel more real, because what else is reality but just a bunch of random chaotic stuff happening all the time? If the Knight finds the Godseeker in the Junk Pit, it will be able to enter her mind and refight all the bosses in the game. This is part of the Godseeker's ritual. They basically attune to the bosses in the
bosses are there? Grismother, oh my god, there's so many.
game. This is part of the Godseeker's ritual. They basically attune to the resonance of gods through ritual combat. This allows them to ascend their minds higher, and eventually, through the use of godly focus, achieve communication with the god sleeping in Hallownest's heart, the Radiance. Now I know what you're thinking. Communication with the god sleeping in Hallownest's heart, the Radiance. Now I know what you're thinking. That's a pretty convoluted little religious practice they have going on here. What's next? Are they going to start measuring the Knight's Theon levels? It's pretty complicated, but the point is, these Godseekers have some serious capabilities to fuck things up in Hallownest, as we're about to see. As the Knight makes it further and further through the four Pantheons, the Godseekers get closer and closer to making contact with the Radiance, locked away inside the Hollow Knight. At the end of the fourth Pantheon, the Radiance makes herself aware in this strange reunion cutscene between the vessels. But she isn't the only one to be locked away inside the Hollow Knight. At the end of the 4th Pantheon, the Radiance makes herself aware in this strange reunion cutscene between the vessels. But she isn't the only one to make an appearance. The Void itself appears to go on the attack, rising up to meet the Radiance's call. It's at this point that the final challenge, the Pantheon of Halonest, becomes available. The Godseeker finally acknowledges the Knight as being more than just a simple cringer, and they begin to watch the Seeker finally acknowledges the Knight as being more than just a simple cringer, and they begin to watch the Knight more intently. After defeating like a bazillion bosses in the final Pantheon, the Knight finally comes face to face with the Absolute Radiance, a stronger, more enhanced version of the game's final boss. Finally, the stage is set. After roughly 40 minutes of intense agony and tedious boss battles, the Knight has finally reached the ultimate enemy responsible for the destruction of Halonest. Truly, this will be a battle for the ages. But first, let's check in on our old pal Menderbug. As it turns out, he's still alive when the Knight arrives in Halonest, and he's still fulfilling his duty after all this time. Let's take one last look at his diary.
My lovely diary. Someone's gone and broke my favorite sign, right there at the top of the crossroads. Keeps happening too. But you know, I just can't get mad about it. I should be thanking them, really. More chances to fix that beautiful, complex sign. And I've stocked up on spare parts, so I've no fear it'll ever stay broken for long.
Unfortunately, the only way to ever read the Menderbug's diary is to kill him in cold blood. I'm not sure why the only way to ever read the Menderbug's diary is to kill him in cold blood. I'm not sure why Team Cherry thought this was necessary, but the general consensus on Reddit is that they are bloodthirsty warmongers, so it checks out. But at least Menderbug's last moments will be spent fixing one of his favorite signs in the Forgotten Crossroads. It's comforting to think that his final seconds of consciousness were spent in total bliss, before we sent him hurtling into the infinite chasm that is Oblivion. Well anyways,
Thank God I didn't kill him.
the alternate fight between the Knight and the Radiance plays out differently than in the vanilla ending. This time around, the Knight is not accompanied by any shades. Instead, after defeating the Radiance, the Knight seems to transform into this monstrosity.
Yeah, fuck this motherfucker.
Now this creature goes by many names. The God of Gods, the Lord Shade, the Devourer, the Void Entity. But I don't really like any of those, so I will just call him Bill. Bill proceeds to completely annihilate the Radiance in spectacular fashion. We are then treated to the Embrace the Void ending. Bill comes back down from the sky, dropping into the rest of Godhome. The Godseeker starts to get pulled into Bill by Void tendrils. We then cut to the Godseeker in the junk pit.
Wow.
Void starts leaking out of her eyes, and it appears as though Bill is making an escape back into the real world, which is probably a bad thing? Finally, we see Hornet standing outside of the Black Egg as the infection begins to disappear from nearby vines. Hornet hears footsteps coming from inside the Black Egg as the Hollow Knight reveals itself to her and the two prepare for combat. So from this cut, the Hollow Knight reveals itself to her and the two prepare for combat. So from this cutscene, we can see that the Radiance's death in Godhome actually did kill her for real, meaning that the infection over Halonest is now gone. This means the seals inside of the Black Egg probably wore off, allowing the Hollow Knight to escape its prison. In other words, the Embrace the Void ending is a goddamn cliffhanger. This means the
Okay, I see.
seals inside for real, meaning that the infection over Halonest is now gone. This means the seals inside of the Black
So this guy, by Hollow Knight, he meant this person, this vessel. For a moment, I was confused. Why is our knight coming out from the egg?
Black Egg probably wore off, allowing the Hollow Knight to escape its prison. In other words, the Embrace the Void ending is a goddamn cliffhanger, and we have no idea how Team Cherry plans to follow this up. The Hollow Knight is running loose in Halonest, and the Knight has transformed into a raging void monster that might try to destroy the entire kingdom, or at least what's left of it. What's even more strange about this ending is that the announced sequel, Hollow Knight Silksong, doesn't seem to be related to this ending at all. But that's a whole different shit show.
This
Doesn't
thing
seem to
is so cute. I can't fucking get like I just find it too cute.
be
Like,
related to this ending at
trailer,
all.
So watching these creatures somehow like carrying this person or whatever it is.
But that's a whole different shit show.
I think it was
Obviously,
hard
the biggest
when they were
mystery
carrying
surrounding
it.
this ending is the appearance of Bill. Did this creature exist in the void already? Or was it somehow willed into existence by the power of the God-Seekers? Did the night turn into this thing, or did it just become a part of it? Examining a statue of this creature and other forms of the night grant the player a Hunter's Journal entry for an ancient artifact called
Void Idol. Rare artifact from a time before HoloNets. A spires twined in a unified form, contains a large amount of liquid from the abyss, perfectly still. Inspired or mad, those ancient bugs, they devoted their worship to no lord or power or strength, but to the very darkness itself. They were carrying imprisoned hornet. Lol. Yeah. I thought I remember the trailer correctly, but yeah, you're correct.
the void forms of
But that looks so cute. Like those little bugs are carrying hornet around. It almost looks like a priest parade. They're basically like followers of some religion, and they're carrying this godly man.
the night grant the player. Examining a statue of this creature and other forms of the night grant the player a Hunter
So
Seekers.
this is
Did the night turn into this
statue.
thing, or did it just become a part of it? Examining a statue of this creature and other forms of the night grant the player a Hunter's Journal entry for an ancient artifact called the Void Idol.
The funny thing is, doesn't Hunter also have these many eyes? He almost looks like a creature of the void.
Which might imply this creature might have been worshipped by the ancient civilization. But again, that's pure speculation. We don't know what this worship of Void exactly looked like. Maybe the Void they worshipped took the form of something more sinister. There is one thing we know about this monster though. It's weak to flowers. Yes, these things. As it turns out, those delicate flowers that Zamir has stockpiled up her ass are actually useful for something. They contain a strange power that even deters the White Lady from touching one. The Godseeker, however, is dumb enough to accept a flower from the night. If the player does this, instead of Void being released out into the world, this flower pulls a no you, and the Godseeker and Void disappear into thin air. The flower itself is described as giving off a pale light, which appears to connect it to the pale beings. Like I said before, pale beings appear to be some form of top-tier gods. As of right now, we are only aware of two, the Pale King and the White Lady, but the fact that Zamir brought these pale flowers from a faraway land implies that there are definitely more of them out there. Another small hint of the existence of pale beings are the pale ore items that can be found all over Hallownest. Did these come from the Pale King, or possibly some other pale being? And what exactly are they? Are they poop? In general, the Godmaster endings appear to be doing a lot of setup for future Hollow Knight content. Like I said before, Hollow Knight Silksong doesn't seem to
I'm
connect
actually
these events on the
curious.
surface. So we are, I said before,
That is so
Hollow Knight
cute.
Silksong doesn't seem to connect these
The
events on the
animation looks
surface.
so cute.
So we are in a bit of a bind when trying to discuss what these endings actually mean for the greater narrative Team Cherry is building. There's definitely a lot more to consider about what the Pale Beings are and what properties they possess. And we also have plenty of questions surrounding the Void and how bugs have interacted with it in the past. It almost feels like we are looking through a keyhole, trying to grasp onto the totality of Team Cherry's creation. How powerful are creatures like Bill and the worms? Where did things like the Void even come from to begin with? How much bigger is the world beyond Hallownest? Is Bardoon into butt stuff? But of course,
What?
that's the appeal of a game like Hollow Knight. Having all of the answers to every question would just ruin the mystery of the world.
agree with that.
Plus, if we didn't have questions like this to waste our time on, then what else would we be doing with our lives? Go outside? Ugh. And so this video comes to an end. Now I know the average attention span of a YouTube viewer is 9 minutes, so let me leave you with a few takeaways. 1. Hollow Knight is a game about bugs. I know this may come as a shock, but it's true. Watch the video again, and this time, pay attention.
The flower's ending requires you to take the flower from garden into the waterways without taking damage. The funny thing is, last time before trying to kill Radiance, I tried killing Radiance. After some tries, I gave up. Not I said basically that I'll try it next day, and before I would go offline, I remember trying to take the flower. Uh, without taking any damage. And yeah, I did take. I wasn't able to complete it, and then I went to sleep, and then we are here 8 months later.
You'll notice right away. I
I
promise.
didn't know it had an ending though. I only thought it was a part of a quest.
2. Murdering your own babies might not be such a good idea after all. I mean, this is obviously just my interpretation of the game's lore. Other people might have different views on the subject of murdering babies, and every opinion is valid, so I don't want to step on anyone's toes or anything. 3. Menderbug is fucking dead. 4. Nothing is certain. This video probably has a few flaws in it. Trying to construct a cohesive narrative with the information found in Hollow Knight isn't exactly straightforward. I'm sure my views will change in the future, and I encourage you to explore the lore yourself. 5. And this last point is fairly obvious, but I should mention it anyway. Cory in the House is the best anime.
Great fucking video. Great video. Very interesting and actually not that serious. So I like that. It's very fun to watch. But yeah, wow. Fucking amazing. These endings require you to fight multiple gauntlets. Well, I do know what I have to do next. Hopefully I'll do it soon. Which is to actually finish the Grim Troop DLC. I'll leave the Pantheon one because I feel like it's just too much. I'll just watch some videos or something in my free time, that is. And yeah, it's a fucking great game. But now I'm actually very curious about what is the lore of Silksong. I wonder how much of this video is actually correct and what. I have a question before any of that. Is Silksong a prequel or a sequel? And just imagine doing Absolute Radiance. Yeah, fuck that. That's too much. It's not even just doing Absolute Radiance. Just having to go through every single boss. I feel like that is just something. I'll leave it for the extreme godly gamers. Because the more games I play, the better it is for my channel. And I just can't like make my channel around Hollow Knight. Even though it's a fucking lovely game. But yeah. Absolutely amazing. At least now I have some idea. The sad part is our main guy, the knight, doesn't really have any good ending where he survives. Now that is a sad part. But yeah. Well, regardless of everything, I think that's it for today. It was a fun stream. I really enjoyed the game itself. Like I said, it's a 9.5 out of 10 for me. Fuck the Radiance, otherwise it was a 10 out of 10. I just dislike the RNG stuff. The RNG bosses are not fun, regardless of how great you want them to be. To me, they are just not that fun to fight. What else? Yeah, the lore is very interesting. Though I wish there was a good ending for our guy. Yeah. But at least now I'm very curious about the Silksong DLC. No, the Silksong DLC I'm saying. Silksong the game and its DLC. Silksong is a sequel that doesn't have any connection to Hollow Knight games. Oh. Okay. Don't answer this, but I do want. I wonder if our knight would ever be mentioned in that game. But yeah. Great game. Well, that's it for today. It's a very long stream. I wasn't gonna do a 6.5 hour stream, but yeah. That will be it for today. And thank you for sticking around, Ron. It was fun talking to you, and it was fun playing the game, and it was fun stream. I enjoyed it. And that's it for today. I'll catch you tomorrow, probably playing Apex or maybe Tekken or some other game, or maybe even Arc Raiders. I'm not sure. But yeah, Tomorrow will be a short stream because I have to work on another video. And yeah, it has some same concepts like higher beings, but other than that, it's not related to the OG game. I see. But regardless, I do want to explore Silk Song. It's a fun game. Like it looks very fun. And if it's anything like Hollow Knight, I'll probably love it. But yeah, thank you. I hope you have a nice night or a nice day. And I'll see you around. GG, sayonara, bye bye, tata. Good night.